host of Talking with Famous People, and the internet's strongest man. Today I did a lot of heavy lifting today. Not so much heavy lifting. I mean, yes, they were heavy things. Like the mattress was pretty heavy, the box spring was pretty heavy for one person. The couch was pretty heavy. But most of all, they were difficult to handle loads for one person. Like the thing is, I humped all that shit out of the rental without even having a dolly or anything with me. I didn't use dolly until got to the dump because I don't think it would have made it any easier. Really, it probably would have made it a little easier to get it from like the bedroom, like a mattress from the bedroom to the balcony where I threw it over the balcony, and then I had the truck parked down below. So yeah, I had a really busy day today, and in fact, for the last at least probably 2 hours or maybe more, I've been playing the piano. Playing the piano is unbelievably engrossing because I don't play it very well. So it's like I'm learning so much. I'm getting so much better at it. And I'm like getting better at one thing at a time. Like I was trying to play this idea I had, but I couldn't quite pull it off. I tried to get it down for like hours. I still never did get it down, but I got some close takes, I guess. But you know what they say about close? It only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. It's because when I was trying to do that, in that instance, I was doing two bass notes with my left hand instead of just one bass note. I was doing the bass note for the F and for the C, and but the thing on top wasn't a changing chord like F or C that made it naturally do that. It was like the lead thing. So that was it was very tricky for me to get my hand to do what it was supposed to do. But by the end, I could actually play it. But I was just so exhausted of just sitting here trying to get this thing played from a weird position right here. I was like, okay, you have to stop playing the piano. Somehow, it's like when you're playing the piano, you're thwacked out 5 times as hard as you were before you started playing the piano. I've got no. We didn't do any lyric brainstorming or writing. I like the idea. What is this said hi thing? Why does everybody say that? I mean, yeah, I didn't write any lyrics. I mean, I think it's pretty clear the last night's lyrics. Um, ain't nothing funky about your stupid version of God. That's a funny song. I support channel. You World War II vets deserve more support. I'm not a World War II vet, but I I did um, I did watch a video about World War II, too, and it makes me think, it makes me feel a lot watching like the color film that the 186 um, camera division at the end of the war after Germany being conquered. They sent people with color film, 16 millimeter color film, and took all these images of people. Oh, Moonlight Girls. Yes, thank you. Kurt Miller. If I had indeed fought the crowds, I would be at the bare minimum. I was thinking about this today because I was watching this World War II thing. I saw like in the video that showed like this 4-year-old kid. I was like, okay, well, that kid might very well still be alive. Let's say he, um, let's go ahead and say he's a brand new baby. So he's 4 in 1950. Well, then he's 54 2004. He's 74 in 2024. And that's somebody who was born in 1946 at the end of the war. So, having said that, there still definitely are people who fought in World War II alive, probably. I mean, I don't know for sure, but almost for certain. Because if you're 20 years older than that baby, you're of war fighting age, and you're still only 94 years old. So, could be 18. If you were a German soldier, could have been a 15-year-old fighting at the end of the war, So, they could be potentially in their late 80s still, even, surprisingly. But because it's on that border between something that is history, nobody alive was there for it, and um something that's contemporaneous to our time, but also World War II. It was such an incredibly momentous event, right? But it also coincided with just barely having the technology to document it. And it didn't get documented particularly well. But at the end of the war, when they brought these camera crews in, they show you get a lot of really interesting footage, and you see how young like all these soldiers are as they have all these they've taken in the Germans who are surrendering, and and they show them on the film, and they look like they're 15, 16 years old. Um, and then they show like the the ruins of various German cities and etc. But one thing I actually learned today was I did not know this before. I had thought by the time of the end of the war, the reason the U.S. had air supremacy was because we had basically destroyed all the Luftwaffe planes. But actually, they had quite a few of the best planes in the war. This this Nazi jet plane that was better than anything the Allies had. But the reason had no capacity to defend themselves in the air is because they didn't have any fuel for the planes. I did not know that. I mean, the thing about World War II though is it's much different than some other war in my mind because it's this moment in human history where the old ways of international warfare had they reached their absolute culmination, and then at the end of the war, nuclear weapons changed the whole landscape, right? Because once you have weapons of mass destruction, then the normal approaches towards war that had proceeded forward under the auspices that you could conquer territory and you know uh, profit in some way, like you get spoils of war or um, annex territory, etc. Is there a branch of law that governs the air? I think maritime law does actually, even though it's the sea. I think planes are treated similarly to ships. I mean, obviously, just as there are international waters and there are territorial waters, so too is that the case for airspace. Um, yeah, you watched a video of me being on the property today and commented upon it. Where does airspace end? I'm not sure what it's probably like 100 miles off the coast or something. I'm not really sure. But when you're, if like, if you're talking about commercial airlines and stuff, how high up does it end? I don't think there is a top to it because, you know, um, planes can fly quite high, 40,000 feet, maybe even higher. No, I just did that today. I successfully got all of the trash stuff from the other house, and then I went and got a U-Haul because there's no way I was going to be able to get all that stuff to the dump in the Mini Cooper, even if I take like 10 trips, you know? Because satellites are just planes that have accidentally flown too high and just drifting around in orbit. Someone watching. Children are the future of America. But not just the future of America, someone watching. They're the future of our entire species. I'm not a wealthy man. I mean, I'm wealthy in all the things that matter, like love and fun. Well, the thing is, by the time the children are the future, they won't be children anymore, and they'll no longer be the future. They'll be the present. Not even 1.99 acres. I didn't want acreage. I don't want land to take care of. It's a pain in the ass, and I'm not. I'm not like one of those guys who wants to take care of his lawn and be all like, my lawn's the right height and everything. I don't have a lawn. I don't have any fences. It's just forest around me. I don't want any lawn. Does it fog up? It was foggy last night around here. That's a U-Haul. It was a U-Haul. Didn't you pay any attention to what I was saying in the video? I rented a U-Haul today because I couldn't take all the trash to the dump in my Mini Cooper. It's too small. And the U-Haul cost $100 for the whole day, and that's in part because I got the insurance just in case, which cost another like $20 or something. Otherwise, it would have been under $100. But that was just for the U-Haul. Then the dump cost $30, and lunch cost $30. So I just feel like, okay, well, that was a great deal because I was able to get all of the trash in one trip in the U-Haul, and there was no way I was gonna deal with that shit for anywhere close to that cheap in any other fashion. Like if I had tried to hire somebody to dump around, it would have been at least $300, probably $400. I don't know what the parable of the rich ruler is, and it certainly wouldn't apply to me because I'm not ruling over anybody. I don't want to rule over anybody. I'm not interested in being the boss of anybody. And I'm also not rich. My car I got used for $12,000, which is massively less expensive than a F-150 or something like that. That's me, Acacia. It's actually my ozone. I uh, I was releasing some fluorocarbons earlier, so I thought I'd better go ahead and replenish the ozone layer some too. So yeah, I was out with the van. I got the smallest one, the only one they had actually for me. They had one size available local, which was the smallest one. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to fit everything in the smallest one, but and I was planning to get the next size up. But in fact, I was able to fit everything in it. And then I did something so incredibly dumb, and I cannot believe nothing bad happened. Okay, so after so I go to the dump, right? And then I put all the stuff in the dump, but the guy who works the dump brings me back my microwave that the trash guy wouldn't take either. And he's like, "You can't put that here. You have to put that around the back." So I was like, "Okay, fine." So I drove around the back, and I had to open the back of the van again. I got the microwave out, and I had the camera there because I'm trying to make these little videos so I could put them together for a short, which is a very long short. It's the longest short I've ever made. It's like over 2 minutes long. But I still, it was vertical, so I'm just not even going to bother trying to make it a long form video. Anywho, um, I guess I got distracted after I put the microwave out there, and I had the tripod and the camera in the back of the thing. I got the tripod and the camera, got in the truck, and drove away. Drove all the way back to town down these winding mountain roads with the back open, with my dolly in the back, and my broom and my dustpan. And somehow they were still in there when I got to town. I have no idea how the dolly has wheels on it, for fuck's sake. So I was like both very mad at myself, very relieved, pleased, etc. A mixed emotional bag there because how the hell did I not close the back of it? Well, I know how. I was talking to the camera and I got distracted. Because if Eric doesn't have anybody to explain something to, he just explains it to the camera. Well, I'm especially glad that I've got a big, robust dolly, okay? I'm especially glad that thing didn't fly out the back and hit somebody's car or something, and kill them. So, I was shocked when I saw that the dolly hadn't moved an inch. The weird thing is I put it against the back wall in a certain way. It seemed like it wouldn't move very much, and I guess I was right. But I was thinking, oh God, it's gonna roll around back there now. Now there's nothing else back here to like stick it between. Well, Karma's pimp, my reason for that is I don't want to get my poop on the side of my car. You know, because I might accidentally brush up against it when I'm getting out of the car. Now I've got poop on me all of a sudden, right? So I just say, look, I agree, we're not pulling over. That's why I need you, Rachel, to hand me the car's poop bucket. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Winston's mom. That's why I got the van. Well, they would have definitely charged me a cleaning fee if I had pooped in the van. Yes, this was one of my father's shirts. It's because I have no t-shirts. Rachel's not very on top of folding the laundry, putting it away. Like the clean clothes tend to pile up on top of the dryer. I could go get one from there, but I didn't think about it. I was just looking for a shirt. I couldn't find any shirts. So I went to the hanging up section. And this was hanging there. No margarita in a coconut. We in the iron way. That's a commercial for Jamaica. No, what is that? A triple play? Oh, that's a double play. Come on, athletics. Come on. You bought a nice shirt at Winston's mom today for $11. Mrs. Mom, I didn't know you were having a clothing yard sale. I would have been there. It's so ridiculous what happened with the shelves and the washer and dryer, okay? So the washer and dryer space is designed for side-by-side washer and dryer. It's got plenty of room for side-by-side. And the hookups, like the water hookups, are on one side, and the dryer plug is on the other side with the tube that takes the air outside, you know? Well, guess what? The people we bought the house from, they had, even though they had this perfectly set up laundry area for side by side, they got stacked ones. And it turns out that you can't have the stacked ones on either side of the thing. If it's on the left side, the plug for the dryer doesn't reach. If it's on the right side, the tubes for the water don't reach the washing machine. And the realtor had told me, look, put those shelves, use that laundry space, make good use of the fact that you're only occupying half of it because you got stacked washer in there, and put these shelves in there too, and then the space look bigger, etc. I put them in there, and I was like, okay, it fits great, fantastic. And I was like, wait a second, I can't plug this back in now. I considered going the other way, and I could see immediately, oh God. Then the washer won't hook up. So I called the realtor this morning, I'm like, all right, so should I take these shelves to the dump then, since they don't fit like that? For that, she told me instead, she's like, just tuck the cord behind the washing machine. Nobody's gonna try it out, I guess, and it works fine. It's just they'll realize that you can't put those shelves there and have your washer and dryer work at the same time, even though they fit there. I also said to her, like, well, maybe I should get a 220 patch cable, because how dryers have that special kind of plug they plug into. It's not just a regular plug. Well, that's the kind of plug. If it would have been a regular plug, I would just put an extension cord, no problem. Problem solved. But who's got extension cord for a dryer plug? Does that even exist? I don't know. Eric, slow down, scroll up and read the last. Um, I think I've read all of that stuff. I know they don't comment on things. It doesn't mean I haven't read it. I don't know what the Whaley House is. It's a government certified haunted house, huh? I didn't know that the government certified hauntings. Do you have to have a ghost license to be a ghost? Or you'll be subject to a penalty that's legally called a tax. Tis your beehole. It's the one on your bottom. It is there to let the poop out into the air. You don't believe in ghosts? What about poltergeists? You believe in those? What about vampires? Come on, guys. we need to beat some of these good teams, not just tear up the Chicago White Sox, the worst team in baseball. The Holy Ghost, I think, is not technically a ghost. Okay, and he's called the Holy Ghost, but I don't think he's a ghost in any meaningful sense of the word. I think the reason they use that term is to convey that there's nothing corporeal about him, right? It's just all spirit. Yeah, Holy Spirit is less of a wrong term for it, probably, because ghost means somebody who's dead but is still floating around as this white foggy thing, The ghost of Kwanzaa past. The ghost of Kwanzaa past can only go back to like 1974 or something when they'd been in Kwanzaa for no reason. Well, I'm not saying ghosts are real. I don't believe in ghosts either. Although I've heard some interesting stories from this one lady I talked to who was a oncology nurse. She worked in a lot of healthcare settings where people were dying, hospices and stuff. So she told me lots of, and she was not like a paranormal type of person at all. She just shared the story and was like, yeah, I don't know what that is all about. But apparently it's fairly common for when people die, if the TV is on, all of a sudden it gets all like staticky and stuff. I don't know. I don't work in in that field, so I wouldn't know. But that's what the lady told me. Yes, I have heard of giving up the ghosts, of course. If Jesus is God, he's not. Then, no, Jesus is not God. Jesus is Jesus. God is God. Holy Ghost is Holy Ghost. I don't know why people say Jesus is Lord and stuff like that. Jesus is Jesus. Why can't we just be okay with calling him who he is? Yeah, well, obviously, a witness, they can't be both three and one at the same time without destroying the meaning of both those terms. Because even if there are three different expressions of the same divinity, it's still three different things. No, God is not Jesus. If God were Jesus, then Jesus would be his own father, and that's incest. No, what I'm saying is what I think, obviously, is the only thing I ever say. If it happens to sound like something somebody else says, well, those people, I guess, most likely they got lucky. Just incidental, they happen to be correct this time, or something. But you never know. Maybe it's indicative of something more. And in Jehovah's Witness case, definitely not, because that's a cult. Hey, witness, I think what you have is too much spite. You're really spiteful for such a hardcore Christian. Like you can't pretend as though you're unaware that I don't like your sticking your nose in my subjectivities. You're aware of the fact that in recent occasions it's produced, some I've had to check you, I've had to give you some pushback here because you're not listening and so forth. So the only reason you bring it up at all is because you're you haven't figured out what's going on inside your head and heart yet, or you have and you don't care. One of the two. How long have you been around for, your witness? I mean, you're saying, if you're saying that tonight I'm particularly added up, what are you comparing against? Hi, darling. I got you a Thanksgiving sandwich. It's in the fridge if you want it. Overalls are kind of like a fanny pack. The thing is, Fly Guy, these overalls, it's amazing how much of a difference one little broken thing can make, right? I would be thrilled with these overalls if the zipper on them worked. Because, well, normally I sit down to pee. I wouldn't sit down to pee if the zipper worked on these overalls because I hate to have to take all this shit off, right? But the zipper's been broken since the day it arrived here. You don't need to be sorry. You just need to, like I said yesterday, you need to spend some time in reflection, maybe prayer. I don't know. It's up to you, obviously. But you need to figure out what's going on inside of you. You didn't wrong me. You don't need to apologize, right? I'm just pointing out that the auspices under which you're positioning yourself as speaking are not the actual auspices under which you're speaking. I guess girls always have to take these things off to go to the bathroom. Once they got one of those woman urinal things, which is like basically a funnel with a tube on it. You got joints? I got joints inside, yeah. Yes, I'm Steve. My phone went into the drink. I'm using an old one. Who's Steve? Feeling Festival, right. I wanted to, in this live stream, to go opposite of how I normally go and say, listen, everybody, we all need to use words to express our feelings, okay? I am tired of people trying to be right or wrong with their words. Everything everybody says is all equally true. Well, I know you're answering Winston's mom, but maybe if that answer is relevant to her, maybe she can answer my question of who's Steve. I know it's you, but I mean, like, is there some other name that I might recognize other than the one you're currently using? Steven. That's not your motivation, though, actually. You feel as though your worldview is threatened because, from your perspective, it's not possible to be right with God and also be doing intoxicants. But in the reality of it, you've generalized from your own individuated experience with God to everybody else, and that's definitely not what God was trying to tell you. Why are you meowing at me? Why are you always meowing at me? What did I do to deserve all these meows? Oh, Mr. Kitty, you're such a silly boy, McGilly Goy. Yes, you are. Oh, yes. Extremely silly. You know, when I first moved up here, I was talking a lot about maybe selling the Mini and getting a truck. But it turns out that the Mini Cooper is actually an excellent car to have up here because the roads are so windy and bumpy, and the Mini really hugs the roads. So I get less jostled than I would in a more high profile vehicle. Today I got kind of quite, actually, a fair bit car sick just driving the U-Haul because it was like a boat. You want to talk about treacherous. Backing out from the gravel hill and the horrible driveway of the other house and a U-Haul with like trees and things on either side of me. Oh my god. I'm amazed I managed to successfully pull it off. Also, of course, I'm very glad I didn't try to park in the parking space over the other house because it's shorter than the U-Haul. I was very impressed with the amount of money I paid for the dump. I figured, I was thinking, I guess, LA prices. I was thinking, you know, if you have like a small car with just some few bags of trash, it's going to cost you 30 or 40 bucks. So probably it's going to cost me like 150 bucks or something. No, it costs $30 to dump all of that stuff. Now, granted, they have this, program. It's it's not just in Mariposa. I think it's in California. It's a program designed to prevent people from dumping mattresses and box springs. So you can take those to them for free. I didn't know that, but yeah, they don't charge for box springs or mattresses. This is to pay for the couch. Well, I don't know you well enough to be on hugging terms, you know. It depends. I might not. It depends on my mood. I do some hugging, but I'm not a huge hugger. I was raised in a weird family. My mom was very affectionate, lots of hugs, and she loved me so much. And my dad was very not the opposite of that. He loved me, but if I tried to hug my dad, he'd be like, "All right, that's enough." He wasn't that into hugs. He did that to my mom too. Be like, all right, that's enough. When she tried to hug him, so I don't know. He really didn't like physical contact, I guess. Oh, you had a loving father and kind of a cold mother. My dad wasn't exactly cold. He was an old school man. He didn't believe in sissy stuff. And he wanted to make sure his son didn't turn out to be a sissy. I remember one time when I was in my 20s, I had gone to a really fun party the night before, and I don't think I lived with my parents at that point. I think I lived in Eagle Rock, but I must have gone to visit or something. And I was telling my dad about it, like, I met these real cool people. This cool guy John who works in. Um, he's actually a now what he does is, or he I don't know if he still does it, but he was when it was. I'm not sure the thing was still on the air, but he's a producer or assistant producer or something for um, for It's Only Sunny in Philadelphia. Anyway, I was just sharing with my dad what I thought was an interesting story about this guy I had talked to the night before. And he was like, I don't remember exactly what he said, but the gist of it was, "Oh my God, you aren't gay, are you? Why are you talking about this guy?" I just had an interesting conversation, Dad. No, I'm not gay. Can you, I mean, like, I can't tell you about this interesting conversation I had with this interesting guy last night without you thinking I want to have sex with him or something? He seemed like genuinely worried, and I was like, "No, Dad." Um, I, I I'm more like totally surprised, too surprised to be offended, but I mean, I guess that's just anti-polar, right? He didn't need any multiplicity of cues that I was gay, just me having to be enthusiastic, sharing a story from the night before with them that wasn't about a chick. That was all it took. So, that's anti-polar, I guess. Where's my bong? Okay, that's it. Get over here, fire crotch. Running away when I'm not looking. I'm tired of you burning my crotch. That's your job, fire crotch. Just deal with it. Was I a tunnel rat in Vietnam? No. Although I was the American military's most highly decorated toddler. Is a tunnel snake like somebody who goes in, shoots fire into the tunnels? There's a better way than what? Well, I don't view sex as a vice, right? Certain things I do view as vices. But um well, I'm gonna put you on timeout again. It's like I don't know where you learned manners from, but generally it would be considered rude to go to somebody's house, for example, and spend the entire time there critiquing them for the behaviors that they always do. This is my house and on the internet, so why don't you show a little bit of class and respect? No, you don't. That's not love, dude. You are misusing that term terribly. So the thing is, if you actually care about somebody, that requires you to respect what they say, not impose what you think on them. You're not trying to care and share. You're trying to judge and tell me that somehow I can't be right with God, that God disapproves of this. But he does absolutely does not. You're totally wrong. And you're at it again. It's like, I will just start timing you out because it gets boring after a while. I've told you multiple occasions all the things you need to know. In other words, you're trying to tell me about Christ. I've already told you I'm a Christian. It's like, why are you telling me? Why don't you go tell some Muslim or something? Anyway, the most disrespectful thing that a person can do is to ignore my words. And that's exactly what you do all the time. So we're going to hope that tonight, maybe you listen to what I'm saying, hear the words I'm saying, and process them. The only reason the Bible doesn't speak glowingly about marijuana is they just hadn't discovered it back then. They're like, whatever. This plant looks useless. Let's just throw it away or make rope out of it. They didn't know what it was for yet. What are you smelling?
I think it's the garbage.
Let me take it out. You hear what I said about the Thanksgiving sandwich?
Yes, thank you.
I think it's in the fridge. It should be in the fridge. If it's not in the fridge, it's on the counter right there. I never put it in the fridge. I think I put it in the fridge. Rope suckers. That's a bad place to get a rope burn on your tongue. Probably want to try to avoid climbing a rope with your mouth.
I'm sorry I wasn't around much today.
Oh, bro, what do you mean? You were around the whole day.
I know.
Around here.
Yeah.
I was happy to play all day, you know. I felt good getting the shit done. And also, remember, it's such a wonderful place, right? It's like everywhere I go, everybody's so nice and pleasant.
Really?
Yeah. And things are so reasonable. Like, I had 2 separate people offer to help me at the dump. Both of them, like, teenagers, like kids. You know?
Yeah.
Which I interpret it as either they or their parents were like, will you go help that old man?
Oh my gosh. That's nice.
But I'm like, listen, everybody, I didn't say any of this, but listen, this old man got all of that shit from that house by himself without even a dolly because he's a dumbass.
No, you're a good ass.
So yeah, I just took a little elbow grease and persistence.
I appreciate it.
Rachel's talked to me about Coachella already. We both think are rather condemnatory of Coachella.
Yeah.
She for concrete reasons about this year. Me because I've always hated like a million bands in a festival setup. Right? That's horrible.
It's hard to enjoy it, like the music.
What?
It's hard to enjoy the music that way.
Right. It's asking so much of your ass, you know? But, you know, I think of, you remember how I told you about that starfish comic strip? Where there's 2 guys on the beach. The beach is covered with all these dead or dying starfish that have been washed out onto the beach. And guy number 1 is picking them up one at a time and throwing them back into the ocean. But there's like thousands and thousands of them. Guy number 2 says, I mean, look how many starfish there are. How could what you're doing possibly matter? And the guy throwing starfish says, matters to this one. So, where I'm going with this is, people may wonder, why do you continue to bang your head against the wall, trying to explain things, the same things over and over again to different people, even when most of the time it seems like you're on a beach full of dying starfish. What could it possibly matter? Well, it matters to that one. So, you know, growth is always a little uncomfortable. And I believe a witness has the capacity to grow.
I love you.
Thanks, darling. I love you too. Yeah, Yvette. Family channel, okay? Family channel.
I gave you a kiss.
Of course. Because we're family. This is a
Yeah.
family channel.
Oh, I love you. I said it already.
Hot dog flavored water? No. I say no to that. No, we're family by marriage.
We are.
Very well. Understanding is different from knowing. She's 5'2".
Yeah.
And I'm 6'5". So we have not just an age gap, we also have a height gap.
Yeah, we do. We're ice hole.
Yeah, but I like the fact that we were together for 2 years before one day Rachel said to me, "Do you know how tall I am?" And I said, "No." It never occurred to me to ask. I'm 53. I'm 53. Oh, I see. You wrote 6'5". Gotcha. I didn't. The thing is, I didn't notice her as being anything other than just like most everybody, somebody who's shorter than me, right? I don't make a bunch of distinctions between down here or down here. Like it was great when I was in China. I was so much taller than everybody else. No matter how many, how packed the train station was with Chinese people, and they couldn't see anything because they were all had other Chinese people's heads in front of them. Yeah, I didn't even have to stand on my tippy toes. I had like huge gap of space to look over everybody and see where I was going. Because it's a very short country, you know. Yvette, let's try to be pat on the back at least half the time. Yes, some ass kicks are necessary, but most people, including myself, respond better to pats on the back than to kicks in the ass. Well, then why did you kick me in the ass right now, Eric? Says Yvette. Touche, Yvette. Touche. You got me. I learned a valuable lesson here today. So I don't know how long I'm going to stream for. How do you blind a Chinese person? So many possible ways to do that. I can think of thousands of ways. But I'm sure that's not the answer. All right, Rooker. Way to perform a little bit here. He's starting to heat up a little bit. Are you saving your sandwich? Okay, that's fine. I won't eat it. Did you know that Paul said God chooses the foolish and weak because the noble and humble to serve Jesus? I mean, that's an odd definition of nobility. I think that humility, an honest humility, not a false humility, but an honest humility is a very noble trait. But foolish, weak, those are also interesting terms because does it just mean sinners? Or if you take two people who have an equivalent amount of sin, does God choose the more foolish and weak of those people? Well, I don't need to worry about that then. I don't have ego attached to correctness, right? I have a process of correctness that helps me to be correct, and I give of myself my correctness, even to people who explicitly don't want it. Because, like you say, oh, you're just loving me. Well, I'm not saying, I'm not going to claim I'm loving you by doing this, but I am doing God's work. Almost persuaded about what? Yeah, you're super hostile. I haven't seen you in a while. Glad you're still here. I am still here. But I've already told you I'm a Christian. I mean, it seems you're definitely not serving Jesus, because anybody listening to this exchange over the last couple of days, and if they took you as the example of what a Christian is, nobody would have any respect for Christianity, and nobody would want to be a Christian. Everybody say, I mean, Christianity is just full. Are Christians these spiteful, passive aggressive little shits, or what? So, you're not doing anybody any favors, to the extent that if I were subject to being influenced by you at all, you'd be influencing me the opposite direction. I'm not subject to being influenced by you, because I'm only subject to be influenced by correctness, not by people. If you say correct things, then you can influence me all you want. I'm always looking to be corrected and be more correct. Wonder where that came from, that word amen. Like, what does it mean exactly? I understand its role, right? Thing you say at the end of prayer. But what does it actually mean? Amen. Well, yeah, so T2, I guess it's not probably wrong to call him a devout Christian, but I think it's important to remember that Christ doesn't want to be treated like a whore, right? A correct relationship with God and etc. is not does not replace who you are with this new, fervent pink cloud guy, right? That's way too easy, and it also just doesn't work. There are certain kinds of things for which you need to use a rationalist paradigm. If you want to take a math test, and before you pick the answer for each multiple choice question, you simply pray, "Dear God, please inform me which letter answer should I pick for number 6, A, B, C, or D?" Well, you will see very quickly that you can't use that paradigm. You can't use that frame of reference for rationalist stuff. It only works for stuff that's appropriately approached via that kind of frame. So, God wants you to have an interesting life. It's not all about God all the time. That's a very boring life. Like, how much time do you spend in church? You go to church a lot? Well, they're in church right now, but you're ignoring the sermon. It looks like I stepped on this one. That's a real shame. I guess I'll have to go get a fresh one. Me and my clumsy feet. Church is chicken. Need more space up there and don't want to waste it on junk. Could it be a man and a woman get married. Here, it'd be a man and a woman getting married. I mean, I'm married to a woman. I'm on my third wife, actually. Third woman wife. I haven't had any non-women anything in my life, but so I mean, so be it. Cool. Is it kind of like the equivalent of Captain Picard saying, engage? Number two, engage. They're eating pets? Oh no. Who's eating pets? You have two ex-wives. You're catching up. Well, you know, I have two ex-wives, but I like to think I have three ex-wives because the last relationship I had before Rachel, that was shit. That was horrible, horrible, terrible relationship, and certainly did did a significant amount of damage equivalent to what a marriage might do, rather than just a girlfriend boyfriend thing. Yes, I have showered with men in middle school and in high school. Back when I was in school, there was no sanity, right? It's like you enter seventh grade and you go into the gym and you brought with you these things that they told you to get, like a jock strap, a cup, deodorant, your gym clothes, a towel, and they say, all right, it's the end of PE. Everybody strip. You get into that shower, you need to be all wet and soapy too, not just, like they're like watching you to make sure you're doing it right. That was a barbaric world I had PE in. Did it really fail you? Well, you must be, are you like my age or something? Because nowadays they don't make you do that kind of shit. It's really hard to defend. If I were a parent and I went in and said, hold on a second, are you telling me that you, a teacher, told my child to take off all of their clothes in front of you? it just, it would be difficult. I remember when I was in middle school, um, there was, it was like right when Chinese people started moving into Arcadia, but there wasn't very many of them. So there was like this one Chinese guy in my gym class, and I thought, because I'd never seen an uncircumcised penis, and nobody else in the school seemed to be uncircumcised. I just thought Chinese people had these weird, like, triangular penises. I didn't know what was going on there at all. Did it? It didn't get. I don't really remember anything happening, particularly in the locker room. Like, it, even though it sounds very horrible and barbaric, and it is, I didn't find it traumatic. It was just whatever. It's like this class, you gotta take a shower at the end of it, which means it's kind of a time crunch, right? Like the amount of shit okay, you got a 45-minute PE class. First, you're supposed to go into the gym, change into your PE clothes. Then the coaches tell you to do something for like 15 or 20 minutes, and you gotta go back in and take a shower. It's ridiculous. Yeah, so I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know what was going on with that guy. I just jumped to the logical conclusion. I guess that's what Chinese dongs look like, I only use a small dab of shampoo to this day because Bill yelled at me for squeezing a bunch of his shampoo when I got mine. When I forgot yours. Oh, well, Bill always was an asshole, a witness. How is it that we are losing 5-1? I'm not pleased with this game. The Athletics are clearly not up to the occasion today. This is going to hurt my fantasy team as well because I've got a lot of athletics on my fantasy team. Oh, quit looking so smug, Brewers fans. I also am so into you, Rachel. Bill, Chris, and Steve, along with Kirk and Greg, make up what's known as the Fabulous Five. Oh, Leclerc's in. Now, you know the game's out of hand when they put Leclerc in. Can you actually get some people out this time, maybe, Leclerc? How about that? How about you use your pitching arm to throw balls past the batter? Well, this Leclerc guy was quite the zesty numbers guy prior to coming to the A's. We got him from the Rangers. I guess he had quite a good year last year, but he's off to a very rough start for us. However, Severino, he's doing great. He's a great pitcher. Wow, I'm really glad we picked him up. And I don't think we should have gotten Miguel and Duhar, but, you know, he's actually been reasonably productive. It seems like he's so mid, you know? But our homegrown people, they're good. We just didn't do much. We didn't add a whole hell of a lot on offense, um, but we did a pretty good job for the pitching staff, I think. It seems like it's reasonably effective. You know, it's like if the A's give up 5 runs, I think, okay, well, that's a game we go win because, you know, the A's are not necessarily the best pitching team, but they can we have a lot of power. We're like 5th in the majors in home runs, and right now we're still under 500. Now we're 8-11 after this game, assuming we lose it. But you know, our main guys are still warming up. Rooker is the main guy who needs to get it really in gear, but he seems like he got on base, I think, twice today, so that's helpful. Law Dog Lawrence Butler is warming up pretty good at this point. But our main 2 guys, we're kind of like the Dodgers. They've got all these super famous guys, but there's their little guys who are winning games for them at the beginning of the season. Well, for us, it's Tyler Soderstrom and Jacob Wilson, who are 2 people who were definitely not predicted to be kicking ass before the season, I don't think, by most people. I believe God placed a man's hand in front of my face to catch the tip off. I don't know what that means. To catch the tip off. You cut the tip off? Of what? His hand? His fingers? I don't know what that means. Oh, foul ball. Well, I'm glad your face didn't get smashed by a foul ball. Did it cheer you up that you didn't get smashed by a foul ball? Or did it just make you more depressed, like, I couldn't even save myself from a foul ball? I like to think that God has spoken to me on a couple of occasions at least via owls. Recently, I had pretty magical experience with a huge owl in Arcadia shortly after my dad's death. And immediately after we were talking about whether he was somewhere looking down on us. I mean, you could say it was my dad, but once your person's dead, the agency is going to have to probably come from God, one would imagine. Although I'm happy to concede that that particular point of theology is open for debate. Owls are very, like, messenger bird-ish. Like, they've got that magical quality about them. Like, you could imagine if God was going to send you a message, you might send an owl. Like, what does it mean? Just look at the owl. I think you're going to figure it out, Eric. It's not that hard. I've gifted you with at least not completely disabled introverted intuition. You can probably figure this one out. Okay, Kitty, in or out? Oh. This is the one way in which Capillo is worse than Trouble. Capillo does this. Trouble does a little bit of this, like stand in the doorway thing. Capillo does it even worse. In or out? Just pick a side of the door. She's like, I pick it, you leave it open. That's not a choice you have, Capillo. That's not what doors are for. Huh, Trouble? Who's my neurotic kitty? You score high on the Big Five's neuroticism metric. I think that Trouble has low openness, medium agreeableness, high neuroticism, low conscientiousness, and high extroversion. In other words, he's a toxic ENFJ. He sent a raven to Elijah. Oh. Yeah, well, those are very smart birds. They're actually a lot smarter than owls, but maybe, I could see him sending dumb people a smart bird and smart people a dumb bird. Because on some level, it's always going to be like, if you're smart, you need to be a little bit more dumb. If you're dumb, you need to be a little bit more smart. Because both of those things are saying really what I mean by that is if you're skewed heavily communication, you benefit from being more experienced. If you skew heavily experienced, you'd benefit from being more communication. Hi, Solid Fitzshield. Bald eagles, the smartest and dangerousest. Well, that might have been an eagle's nest that Cameron and I saw when we went fishing. I made a short about it. It was it was on top of a telephone pole. Oh, we got 2 more runs, but we didn't quite catch up enough. That's what I'm saying. 5, when we give them 5, we have a good chance to win that game. But we didn't win this one though. I'm glad we got 2 more runs. I helped the fantasy team a bit, but let's see what your thing says. A short earned owl short-eared owl, short-horned owl, just migrated through northwestern Pennsylvania. They're pretty cool. Is northwestern Pennsylvania where Cootsville is? After my father-in-law died, a very pretty red robin sat outside of my breakfast nook window for a few years. The red robin was a good archetype for my father-in-law. So yeah, I was on top of a telephone pole, and I did read your last comment. Oh, right, I hadn't read it at the time. Uh, Coots, Kutztown. It's where Rachel went to college. My family is from like Hershey, Pennsylvania area. My dad is from there, and we went and visited relatives there before. That's Eastern. Yeah, I had an Aunt Ada, I think her name was. She worked at the Hershey factory. And when I was a kid, it was cool because when we went to visit her, she had a whole like brown grocery bags full of Hershey candy bars. So help yourself. She was this big woman who had very bad diabetes, I suspect. But I was like, oh fuck yeah. I gotta eat a lot of candy bars. Yeah, well, my dad's side of the family, Pennsylvania Dutch. My mom's side of the family is also German, but they're not from Pennsylvania. They're from Missouri. Their last name is Brandstetter, which is, I guess, a German name, you know. I think it must mean person who sets bran flakes in front of somebody. There's this special at my job where if somebody buys 10 chocolate eggs, they get five free. I'm basically promoting diabetes. But you should make this special. If you buy 10 chocolate eggs, you get 5 real eggs for free. They're more expensive probably nowadays. Apparently everybody's complaining about it. The Anabaptists are 500 years this year. That is fantastic. You referenced the Anabaptists because I know the Anabaptists for exactly only one reason. In the story, Sredni Vashtar by H. Munro, Conradin, the 12-year-old boy or so who's the main character, is in the care of his guardian, his aunt, Mrs. Drop. And the one thing that, and she's a bitch. She's a bitch too all the time. So the one thing he knows about religion is that he will never be an Anabaptist because that's what she is. You worship with conservative Mennonites? The Brethren? Church of the Brethren? Is that the same thing? Is that? That was the church my dad was in. It's called Church of the Brethren, I think. Hey, Money, how's it going? I watched Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, finally. I was about 3/4 into it, waiting for a payoff. Boy, was I not disappointed. That has a good payoff, huh? I have an ENTP question based on my model. Oh, yeah? Let's hear it. Can you answer one question for me, please? Yes, I can. Yeah, I'll answer it, sure. Money. The conservatives seem that way sometimes, but most are really walking closely to God and Jesus and trying to be careful not to offend God. I see in what way? Yes, I am. Eli Terrell. Given how another person puts into the communicative plane, are you good at inferring their presuppositions, foundational beliefs? Well, now I understand those things very clearly because I have a taxonomy of possible expressions of value that's actually at the frame level where it should be. Namely, there are eight ways to eight values under which people can argue. Some of them almost never get argued, but and it's comprehensive of all values that you encounter in any structured debate too. It's conceivable, I suppose, that you could come up with another set of values that was somehow also comprehensive because um, I don't know, maybe not. It was weird. It was like when I actually tried when I did the conversion from cognitive functions into possible value frames. It was like, oh my god, this this is comprehensive of all values that people argue under in debate. It's crazy because you can argue novelty, like we need a new kind of thing. Old solutions aren't working. You can argue singularity, which people argue a lot in debate, which is NI stuff. Like um, the tipping point is now. We have to act, and this is the only action that's going to work. People argue TI stuff in a negationary sense, usually. Rarely, but I've done it, but rarely. I've never really seen anybody else do it. You can make TI cases like logical proofs. I've done it before, but by and large, TI is the default frame in debate, and it's not ever really discussed. I mean, it is discussed. I mean, there's plenty of critiques, but um, it's not discussed as TI, right? It because debate and like every place else in the world doesn't have the benefit of cognitive functions. No thanks, a witness. I was watching this video where prisoners can tell who would be easy to rob based on how their stance. Huh. Well, I'd probably be easy to rob. My son Strick hates my Rolling Stones and Led Zeppelin music. His wife even told him to calm down with the Jesus stuff. Conflict that grandfather soon said I spoiled the child. He doesn't like it. Well, you gotta wonder about people who are like so fervent in their religion because it's almost as though they're afraid it'll go away if they don't constantly reinforce it. No thanks, a witness. I don't. I have zero interest in hearing what other people have to say about God. After all, that's not that's not how I'm going to incorporate that frame into my ontology. It's just not how I operate. To the extent that people have stuff worth hearing to say about God, those people are me. But I don't go out of my way to talk about it. I just talk about it when somebody's bringing it up, right? I don't want to be a preacher. I don't want to give sermons. But if anybody's qualified to do it, it is I. And probably nobody else, but if there might be a few people out there, but almost nobody else. You think that's pride, but what this is honesty. I'm not being not engaging in false modesty for perceptual reasons. Look, God's not like people. God's not going to abandon you, betray you, forget about you, nor are you going to forget about him. And God's not insecure. He doesn't need you invoking him for everything. To the extent that you're insecure, have a little bit more trust in God. You don't need to be so insecure about it. Oh, I fellowship all the time. I mean, I'm fellowshipping right now. It's not maybe fellowshipping as you understand it because you're awash in an echo chamber of Christians approaching their Christianity in very similar ways. I approach mine very differently. Obviously, to the extent that anybody's going to benefit, it's the people who are all doing it the same way benefit from hearing my unique perspective, not the other way around. I've heard it. I've encountered a million Christians coming through here calling into question my Christianity because they think somehow it's like because what I'm saying makes so much sense, I guess. I don't know why they would call it into question. I've had many people tell me like I'm not a real Christian or something like that, which is really strange because of course it's not an intellectual exercise for me. It links directly to something that's a life or death issue for me, which is not drinking alcohol. I mean, like lawnmower, is that his name? What's his name? That guy. There was some girl that came through the other night who was doing the stuff that was bothering me that A Witness was doing, which was she was telling me like, "Hey, let me tell you about God and Jesus." I said, "I'm a Christian. You don't need to tell me about it. I already am a Christian." And she just ignored me and continued to try to convert me to a religion I already practice. It's very strange. Mr. Bobby, right. Did they make one point at some time that you conceded to? Who? Oh, no. They never make any good points. They never make any good points. It's like, okay, well, I'm glad you're listening to me too. The thing is, I I always listen to everybody in the sense that I'm always going to respond on point. I'm not going to pretend they said something other than what they said. I might miss something. I might miss a chat. And in fact, in each of these instances, I have not seen the one that you tell me to scroll and read. So I don't know. I guess it must be going at a reasonable clip tonight. Um, why is there a pattern of some celebs who go on interviews and overhype themselves too much so that a lot of people end up not taking them seriously? How would you assess their behavior? Are you talking about like Blake Lively or something? Or Meghan Markle? I mean, I think in those instances you're dealing with people who are toxic. They're fucked up people. Whether it's because of childhood abuse or whether it's because of the soul tarnishing quality the fame seems to have. I don't know. I'm a 60s and 70s child, different era than him. Were you really born? Were you a child in the 60s? I was born in 71. Who's a Christian who called you out that you still not already answered that question? Okay. See, there we go. He just comes right out and says it. Well, fortunately, neither Jesus nor I care at all what you think about my relationship with him. I'm Muslim, but I do respect all other religions, including Christianity, as we believe that Jesus was the prophet of all. Right. Well, it's like, from my perspective, one best practices religion in private, It's not about what other people think, right? The whole idea of this frame is that there are some kinds of questions that cannot be meaningfully addressed with a rational frame. And there are some kinds of challenges that one faces in life, such as quitting drinking, that that one finds oneself too weak, human, and frail to do without engaging in a behavior and on a regular basis that tries to establish and maintain that connection. Yeah, well, this is Mom. I'm not worried about a witness committing a fallacy there. This is classic. Um, it's turning faith into a vice, right? We all have trouble with some kinds of things that can be done to excess. Some people have problems with sex addiction, some people overeating, some people gambling, some people alcohol, some people fentanyl, some people, there's a lot of different things. And the thing that they all share is that they're an immediate, complete, and illusory solution. Now, if you apply any of them to exactly the right kind of thing, then the solution is not illusory. But, it's like, they say when you see the one set of footprints on the beach, that's when God's carrying you. God would like to put you down sometimes, okay? He doesn't want you fucking riding piggyback on him all the fucking time. He's like, you have free will and an intellect. You have myriad possible frames through which you can experience and understand the world. And like, fly, little bird, get out of the nest already. Well, I mean, my point is, I don't have any sex addiction. I started with something that I have no addiction, and I don't treat it as a vice, right? So that's the thing. some people treat sex as a vice. I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted to follow up on this thing. Some people treat sex as a vice. For them, it can be a problem behavior. Maybe they're very promiscuous and don't really like that fact or something like that. Um, but for me, I'm the opposite. I'm push shy, which means I hated the idea of having sex outside of a loving relationship that I'd been in for a while. you know. Well, we all have our vices, right? And mine was alcohol was a vice. Uh, I mean, I gamble sometimes. These things that can be vices are not necessarily actually vices for you, right? So I don't have a problem with gambling at all. And in fact, overall, since we moved up here, I'm ahead. So, but I don't, you know, I don't chase my loss. I don't do any of the things that are indicative of an unhealthy relationship with it. And same with marijuana. I don't have any of the indicators that I have an unhealthy relationship with it. And I've been smoking pot since I was 14 years old. So it, it's a very, it's very much ingrained in who I am and how I go about things and stuff like that. Certainly, I don't um, have a problem with that at all. I sometimes have a problem making it last, but Adderall, when I'm not depressed, especially, I'm not having any second thoughts about the cycle of up and down with Adderall now because I'm back to experiencing it like I used to be, like bipolar, where I just get tired when I go off of it. I don't really get sad or anything. Well, and that's one of the ways in which Islam's wrong, right? It is not the case that any of those things are bad for everybody, right? Some people have a fine relationship with alcohol. My mom, for example, my dad drank a lot, too much, you could certainly argue. My mom had an occasional glass of wine, enjoyed it, and and never had any problem with it at all. So, for her, it was it was a gift from God that helped make her life rich and better and didn't cause any problems. For my dad, he periodically would quit drinking because he had a bit of a problem with it. A witness, you're making a claim, okay? You're saying, this is my perspective on Christianity, and it should be yours as well, Eric. But you're wrong about that. You're wrong about a lot of things, and that's okay. That being wrong is not a sin, okay? But not hearing me, not responding to my points and stuff, it is either intentionally or otherwise disrespectful. No, I mean, the thing is, every reasonable person ever said, I tend to have a problem with this kind of thing, but I don't have a problem with this kind of thing. Reasonable people differentiate between things. They don't just generalize and say, well, if it's possible for me to have a problem with it, then I must have a problem with it. So it's like, I learned today that sometimes people get addicted to toothpicks. I must have a toothpick addiction then. Because if I say I don't have a problem with toothpicks, that just means I have a problem with toothpicks. Said the boy in the corner with the dunce cap. And what's great for me is I have such deep, deeply imprinted experience with what it's like when you do have a problem with something. Because I was a drunk for a long time, didn't quit until I was 42, and so I know what it looks like when you have a problem with something, when it's a problem for you, and that's the key thing to remember is that God didn't make one shape of life. He made many shapes of life. He made everybody configured in one of a finite number of possible ways, but he also made half of us the result of our particular experience. Only half of us is configural, architectural like that. So, one thing we can know for sure is when you see somebody living joyfully, you know, happy, joyous, and free, and you see them living their best life, and you have to be willing to evaluate that first, right? Is this what I'm seeing from this guy or not? Honestly. And if you are seeing somebody living their best life, then you really have to stop projecting your own shit onto people, right? I get it that you are 100% all in on this narrative that you think is protecting you from the terror of before. You know, maybe if you were a drinker, then it makes sense. And it's like it's difficult to do any drug successfully when you're drunk. But look, the thing is, I'm not you. And I'm not married to this narrative in order to keep me okay, right? So you feel as though if you acknowledge it might be okay for you to live a good human life as God wants you to, that you'll go hog wild and just, I don't know, start fucking whores and doing blow and everything bad or something. Well, I guess you need to have some serious reflection and prayer about what's going on. You know, it's not about me, it's about you, for sure. There's already a diagnosis of pathologizing of bad SE. It's called executive function disorder. It's one of the symptoms of ADHD, reportedly. 4 garbage cans. That's right. I no longer have one of these garbage cans over at the other house because I have contractor bags there now, so I don't need a trash can. Well, I mean, you know, you might say, well, wouldn't it be nicer, easier to throw it in the bag if it were structured by a can? Not really. It's easier to just carry the bag around with me and put shit in it. But anyway, I don't think I really have that much trash at all anymore left. I got basically everything taken to the dump today. And I normally don't do this, but I am awarding myself a wonder point. Usually I don't. I kind of tease Rachel when she forgets she's management. But in that sense, I really think I deserve a wonder point. Like, if Acacia tried to do all the stuff I did today, it would take her 6 years. Cool pose. Thanks. I've been working on my poses. What about this pose? I like this one. It's a good pose. Show you some more of my poses. Yeah, I'm a poser. And why am I a poser? Because I like to pose, obviously. Oh, this one. This is action shot, you know? Wait, did I ever answer Money's question? What was it? I forget. First thing I noticed was those pockets, lol. They could come in handy. You mean as a place to put drugs? Why is it so dark outside? Turn the light on. The light is on. I could stand over here underneath the light. I call this pose running. Oh, let me get it. That's running. I call this pose diving to catch a falling baby. These are all yoga poses that I invented. There's hiding behind a pole. But the yogis in India gave me a PhD in yoga for that one. Not an honorary one. They awarded me best yoga guy ever, including the original inventor of yoga, Karabama Nangalang Yoga, who lived in India back in the year 600. And it was just, right moment, right guy. All around India at the time, people were getting really sick of Pilates. Ba 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 ba, hilarious jokes. And I think, in general, all is right with the world if I could make at least one or two hilarious jokes a day. If that's happening, then that's a good day. It's a heck of a day. It's a full day. You laugh a little, you think a little, and you have your emotions move you to tears. That's a heck of a day, says Jimmy Valvano. I know because I had a student win Declamation National Championship for that speech. I heard him do it so many times. Yeah, it was cool as an employee of the school too. It was the vice principal's son. So obviously I was in good with them. You gotta let the whole wide world work itself out. Has it lazied its way in? Now it needs to change it up. What happened to this one? Oh God. I had to charge all light bulbs. I have those exact size light bulbs at the other house too. What about if this moment screamed YouTube Live to you? What made you think that you need to share this moment with the world? I'm not sharing it with the world per se. I'm hanging out with my friends on YouTube. I have a fairly regular, if small group of people that we like to hang out. But also, the truth is, you happen to land at the most significant live stream you'll ever possibly see because I have insight and correctness vastly beyond that offered by others. I don't mean to be self-aggrandizing, but since you brought it up, that's the truth of the matter. I don't like false modesty. Why are you yelling at me again? Why do I have to watch you eat again? I think possibly you're here to watch the cat eat. Maybe that's what God intended when He sent you this way. He intended for you to see the glorious sight of my cat eating. So, yeah, the thing about live streaming is live streams are different than other forms of media. If I were to make an uploaded video, obviously I would probably be best served to edit it. I don't necessarily, but at least they're edited conceptually. They have a thesis, they have a point, I go through the topic and end with a conclusion, etc. When I'm doing shorts, I do extensive editing because normally, today being a big exception, normally I don't like to put up shorts that are longer than 15 seconds. So I added those really tightly. But a live stream is naturally this form of medium. For somebody like me, who's able to talk extensively off of just a little bit of prompting, it's an ideal format. It is not, however, what you're asking it to be. The culmination of a clear purpose and a single topic. I mean, dear Lord, there's never been a live stream where I have ever been constrained to one topic. I like to discuss all manner of things. Why? Well, because I'm really good at discussing stuff. It's like that's why I don't do all this other stuff in the world that's hard for me. Like, you know, I have a chainsaw. I asked my friend Cameron to find a good deal for one on me, for me on one, and I've had it for a couple years now, but I've never used it because I'm scared of it, and I'm scared I'm gonna cut myself or something with it. So it just sits in a box in my garage. Why? Because I'm not good at that. That would not be live streaming, right? That's chainsawing. That's a different thing. That involves me using my body and being loud and figuring out how to make the chainsaw go and all that stuff. That's not discussing stuff. Discussing stuff, as you can see, is very easy for me. And I'm not worried about cutting myself or, you know, like falling down some sort of discourse hole. Oh no! Why did I say that? I'm not worried about that at all. Because I'm swimming in my native waters. You should watch someone's exchange with JoJo Siwa. I don't think I want to watch that. I'm not entirely sure who that is, but it's some super ratchet person, right? There's only one true God. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, look, gee, I don't feed him that much. He insists on going over there and eating that much. I just put food on his plate. He has to have his own restraint. I know like I'm trying to, I know like I'm making pate out of his liver. I'm not force feeding him. If I don't have food on his plate, and a sizable amount, not just a little bit, if there's just a little bit, he will meow, 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 until I put more food on the plate. He's like somebody who lived through the Great Depression. He's hoarding food in the aftermath of the trauma. He's going through a growth spurt. He's fully grown, okay? Hi, John Lowe. What's going on? How are you doing? And where is your brawn? Mickey Rourke was in a lot of stuff in the 80s, yeah. Dealing with a woke Gen Z, hilarious. I'm not sure I've ever had any conflict with woke Gen Z. I guess I'm pretty woke myself. Because I'm woke. I'm woke. Yes, I am woke. I'm super woke. I'm woke. I'm woke. I'm woke. I'm trans and gay and also black. And I'm super woke. I'm hungry. I need to eat something. Rachel told me she's saving her Thanksgiving sandwich. That's her way of telling me not to eat it. It's like, why don't you just eat it all? I'm not really bothered by it at all. I could just eat these potatoes I made earlier today, in fact. They've been sitting on the counter all day, but they're fine. I made 4 potatoes, and when I was done, I realized it's too many potatoes. I couldn't eat them all. And seeing that my eyes were bigger than my stomach, as they say. You're growing garlic at your house. So far, so good. Yeah, I think garlic's pretty easy to grow. There's no possibility we humans can have 10,000 gods. Well, I mean, we could, but it'd be really difficult picking one to worship. By the time you've gone through all 10,000 of their dossiers, you'd be like probably well into your adulthood before you've narrowed down to the top 1,000. I blame TWFE for me showing up late to work a few days back. But don't worry, I blame someone else for arriving late 2 days ago. I accept responsibility for that, Solid Fitzgerald. It was my fault. Or Rachel's, one of the two. And I wouldn't blame you if you sued me. Okay, hi. Let's have some intimate closeness time. Hi, how you doing? I'm Eric. I want you to know that you're all right. That's right. There's nothing wrong with you. And I want you to just hug yourself with your most loving arms right now and say, little me, I love you. All right, there you go. That was the intimacy time for the day. That was the title finally coming to fruition. But hey, I'm dozing off here. Well, good night. You go to sleep. I want you to dream of a nautical scene. You're on a boat. Some stuff's happening. Come back and tell me what happened. And I'm also going to do this for everybody right now. I'm going to give you guys my healing gaze. So if any of you have any physical ailments or fears like arachnophobia, if you have a mole that you'd like to get rid of or something like that, any of these things are eligible. Once I turn on the healing gaze, just make sure you stare right into the gaze and you will be cured. John says Little John isn't as cool. Well, I think you need to be a little nicer to Little John, okay? And this healing gaze is going to heal your lack of enthusiasm for yourself. Are you ready? Get ready, everybody. Healing gaze time. Bring your stump up to the screen, because it will heal too. I regrow limbs. I do. They teach you all kinds of shit at Healing Gaze School. But I didn't say anything that was contrary to you being married. I just told you to dream of a nautical scene and tell me what happens next time you come around. How is that somehow suggestive? I have no idea. If you thought somehow that was suggestive, I did not intend it as such at all. But what was I about to say? About to answer something? Oh yeah, healing gaze. That's what I was about to do. Here we go. Ready? Hey, do you feel nurtured? Mom, that's the problem with narrow beliefs of people who can find openness in their bubbles. I hope I can change the definition and features of this vast idea. What idea is that? The math, then pupils. Well, that's where the healing comes from. It comes directly out of here. Oh, that's not a theory. Okay. I just don't. Just gonna leave it alone. Just don't even get me started. I mean, that wasn't my experience where I grew up. I grew up in a kind of snotty neighborhood of LA that was full of a bunch of white Christians, and in my gym class, my dad was Christian. He was circumcised. I mean, he's an atheist, but he was raised Christian, like Church of the Brethren. That's fine. You don't need to apologize for that. You don't have to agree with me about him. You can pimp his stuff and say, no, I think he's fantastic. Nobody's required to agree with me. It's just highly advisable for them. I already know I'm right. Other people, they know it less than I do. Or perhaps they believe it less than I do. But that's not a very meaningful distinction. You won't know what a meaningful distinction is. I'll tell you. It's between a lady and a ratchet hoe. I'm looking for a lady who I can turn into a ratchet hoe. All right, baby. Let me wipe that dust off you. Porter, you are such a toxic masculinity guy. I really don't like this guy. I regret bringing him into my home with this toxic masculinity. You just feel bad because of dust right here. Pow! Oh, Porter! Oh, God! You're violent? You damn right, little bitch! he is really bringing a lot of negativity around. But you know what? I'm not too worried about it. If he gets to me too much of a problem, I just stick Tiffany on him. Nobody can withstand Tiffany's power. We all grew up differently and separately, but yet relatable. Um, I mean, the thing is, it doesn't even matter that much if we grew up separately or and differently or not. What matters a lot more than that is stuff that's this cognitive function stuff like an ENTP who grew up in some corner of, let's say, United Arab Emirates, or just pick a Muslim country around them, is going to be a lot more like me than, say, ENTJ who grew up in America. Yeah, I'm curious about that too. I appreciate you asking that question, Wisdom. I'm curious as to what he's referring to. Which of her beliefs do you think are rigid? I think she entertains too many things rather than being locked, being married to any of them in particular. She doesn't even marry the idea she should marry, right? And the thing is, you might say that I mean the term rigid belief doesn't really mean much of anything, but if you were to mean by that um, resoluteness in one's claim making, affirmation, negation, I'm not sure what word would be best there, but well, I mean, it is the case that there are universal human experiences like loss, grief, joy, yeah, that happen in similar kinds of moments and circumstances. And those particular experiences will always be relatable to the extent that the subjective, the subjectivities of the person having the experience are familiar, or in some. I mean, they all are right. Like if you watch a sports game, you're finding the joy and sorrow, the winners and losers respectively, to be resonant with you emotionally. It, you might tear up as you see this team, the underdogs, all crying and unbelievable, like hugging each other and stuff. You might feel that kind of emotion too. so, uh, so it's the case that we we mostly resonate with one another on our subjectivities. I If I see somebody fall in a episode of Naked and Afraid, I'll wince in sympathetic SI, right? And when I see somebody, you know, overcoming some great adversity and breaking down, crying, they can't believe they made it to the end of Naked and Afraid, then, I'll start to cry too because I get to vicariously experience their subjectivities because subjectivities are there aren't that many. It's not that big of a category of stuff, right? There's your body, that kind of subjectivities, and your personal experiences, and then there are core emotions, uh, there are many emotions, but we all have some of our own personal examples of us experiencing, say, satisfaction, sorrow, anger, whatever. Knick knack paddywhack, give a dog a scone. I don't remember how that pose goes. Um, this pose I like to call a day at the gynecologist. Do you really need to restrain my arms? So yeah. What's a kingard? Who said that? You? On a scale of 1 to the letters MBTI, would you think or feel that everyone cares on the same level about their ignorance as you do? Hi, Easy BCLS. Do people care about their ignorance? People don't care about their ignorance at all. If anything, they protect it. Wow, I don't need to be getting in trouble with the YouTubes. So even though it's a different word, I'm not going to say it. That's the thing. That's like my relationship with the YouTubes is because you never really know exactly what you're gonna get punished for. You end up being like probably too careful on lots of occasions. Then sometimes you'll be not careful enough and you'll get some problem. Like I had a video which was like a group room video taken down the other day because it was from years ago. I had like Susie and other people. Somebody put this in very poor taste meme about self-harm and I got the video taken down. I didn't get a strike, which is great. So I did get like messaging telling me to seek help. I was like, if you're gonna tell someone to seek help, don't use an automated system. For that, anyway, right? Seek help. I wasn't even want to put the meme there. Maybe you should seek help yourself. I'll help you. I'll help you by making content. You don't help me by just paying me like $40 a month. But you do help me immensely, actually, YouTube. You help me because I get to be doing this right now, you know? This is the end in itself. It's not a means to some other end. And I think that's the thing about YouTube. It's like, if you want to be successful at YouTube, YouTube can't really be the end in itself, right? It's got to be a means to something else. It's got to be some kind of like profit thing going on. Ah, it's a profit thing, huh? That's a quote from The Jerk. I can't read your things right now because my eyes are old, weak, and watery, like a World War II veteran, wiping the last of the shrapnel from his dying eyes. When I do go back in, I will release it though. If I'd been smart, I opened this window so I could read the chat through the window, but I wasn't smart. Instead, I was, that's right, D-U-M-M. Dumb. The double M variety. No B. I've decided to make all silent letters invisible letters. Make your female. Oh, male or female? Who's male or female? Is it cold? It's not that cold now. It's 46. You're too lazy to put your hair back in rollers? Why would you put it back in rollers? Do you want it to be curly or something? You sleep well, G. You sleep with the peace and tranquility of a baby angel. Okay? That's what I wish for you tonight. I wish I might wish excellent sleep for G tonight. Isn't that nice? Yeah, it is. It's super nice. That's why everybody said, oh my God, Eric is such a nice guy. What do you mean nobody says that? I'm sure somebody at some time has said that. I don't remember hearing it, but you know, that's fine. First law FE just assumes the best. Alright, we're going to play Russ and Steven for you. Okay, hold on. We'll get it, don't worry. Russ and Steven delight in delivering cheese every day. And the dairy that employs them ensures they earn quite reasonable pay. Russ has cheddar Russ has cheddar American and Swiss too. You bring them? Too hard. Too hard to play and sing at the same time. My voice is gonna shut. I just have to play. Oops. So I'm very slow. I've never seen Whiplash. Thanks, Aaron Paulson. You got a rectangle on a check by your name. That means you're super important. You got fame and power. Let's change the beat. That sounds fine. Now let's change the sound. turn up the tempo a bit. Well, I played the piano a lot earlier. My left hand's kind of tired because, you know, I haven't had a keyboard in ages to play with. I've just been playing guitar for years. And I never really learned how to play keyboards or anything, but fretless slap bass, saw bass, a synth bass. Strings. Oakland Athletics aren't from Oakland anymore. Nobody knows why they left or what's in store. Everybody knows they've gone to Sacramento. What will they see? What will they do in there? All we can do is hope that Brent Rooker gets out of his early season funk and starts hitting a bunch of home runs. He's got this short porch in Sacramento, yeah. What is the capital of California? It's Sacramento. What are you from Memorial? Don't you know your state capitals? You must have had a shitty third grade teacher. The capital of Nya is Nya. The capital's not Nya. Don't you dare think the capital of New York is New York City, 'cause it's not, it's Albany. Albany. Gorgeous, gorgeous Albany. Land of the proud, land of the free. Albany, Albany, New York. If you want to join me in Albany, you better bring me a potted ficus tree. That's the price of admission to the capital of New York. I call that song Albany, New York. Pretty good song. Okay, well, it's not a terrible song. Okay, well, it is a terrible song, but it's not extremely terrible. The previous song was not extremely terrible. We'll try to fix that this time and make a terrible, terrible, terrible song like this one. There we go. Now that was a terrible song. Offbeat, yeah. I could try to play that thing I was playing earlier. Oh god, this thing was killing me. I need to get like. Let's see if I can do it. Here we go. Wait. Is it? Strings is not good. Want a better sound. Pizzicato strings is fine. Let's see. Enough. I can play no more piano. Hey, I can't remember the last time I tweaked out on something like I've been tweaking out on this piano. It's a wonderful, wonderful day. A wonderful, like, sea change. That it's like I'm back to tweaking out on stuff. How wonderful. But it has something, maybe a lot even, to do with the fact that it's basically a new instrument to me. So, and it's like keywords are laid out so nicely for fucking around like I was just doing. And you can do bass notes with your left hand and treble notes with your right, and you can play separate rhythms with each hand if you can pull it off, and etc. That's what I find, I guess, so tweaky about it, is that I tend to explore a lot of the kind of percussive aspects of piano. This little teeny bit of coffee is why you get a pot. I have to make a new pot of coffee. I don't have to. I won't get in trouble if I don't, but I feel like it. Did I ever eat anything? I didn't, huh? Oh yeah, I had some of those potatoes, that's right. I could make a sweet and sour chicken. I could make a bitter and stale chicken. Captain Wrongley's bitter sour chicken. Bitter stale chicken. Well, you know, they have, in China, they had a dish, this restaurant, it was called Little Stinky Sheep. There were a lot of funny translations in China. You know, they'd have English words on the menu, because Shanghai is about as Western friendly as a Chinese city gets. But there'd be terrible translations, like Little Stinky Sheep. No, I don't want to order the Little Stinky Sheep, thanks. You know, I did my best to eat mostly like Western food, either stuff I cooked that I got the Care for, which is the French supermarket, or I ate a lot of McDonald's and a lot of Subway. They had a Subway right next to where I worked in Shanghai. I was always kind of like, well, I wonder what this meat is. Where did they get this meat from? But, you know, it seemed, looked like, tasted just like regular Subway. McDonald's, I had a little more faith in. I figured, okay, well, McDonald's is no doubt in China importing Australian beef, because you couldn't get American beef in China. I don't know why. Some trade war nonsense, no doubt. Hello, Iron Lion. One of these days, I believe you will upgrade to a steel lion. The best lions, I think this goes without saying, are stainless steel, or really high-grade ones are titanium. You don't want a gold lion, it's too soft. Silver, same thing. You could do coin silver potentially, but then you have to polish yourself all the time. So that's why I recommend either stainless steel or titanium lion. But if you're satisfied Still being in the Iron Age, that's fine. Just hope you don't encounter anybody who's mastered Damascus steel, because that weapons advantage could put you at a serious risk. And of course, you know, leaves the olden days people with their Damascus steel swords to want to hunt a metal lion. Just to harvest the lion's iron so that they can try to make more Damascus steel out of it. So I've got your best interest at heart here, Ireland. I'm just worried about you. That's why if I were going to be a lion, I'd be nuclear bomb lion. That way, it's like rock and rock, paper, scissors. Nothing beats nuclear bomb. Actually, global mass hysteria probably did more damage than nuclear bombs would have with the COVID stuff. So maybe that's the ultimate weapon of mass destruction, is dumbness. The dummies, arrest them, though that's dumb too, but they avoid my questions. I felt glum. They need to listen. Pull out your gun, shoot them or miss them. Don't worry, I don't actually want to arrest dumb people. The thing about the dummies is the population of people called the dummies, a good number of them no doubt have high IQs. Not that that's, we just go to show you how little that means. Releasing my liquid and solid wastes from my body is a fairly gratifying procedure. In the same way that yawning is gratifying, or scratch. Someone's pawing at the front door, probably Capio, ignoring the fact that you could go through the fucking cat door. Well, I don't want to walk all the way around to the side. It's like, I know you're a smaller scale than me, but it's not that far from the front door to the side door. That's how you, I don't know, I let you out. Well, if you haven't given up by the time I'm done wiping my butt, then I will let you in. Huh. We disconnected, I guess. I don't know that. I don't know why that happened. Yeah, it disconnected. It like went back to the home screen. And then when I went to go to live stream, it said, resume your existing live. I said, yes, I would like to do that. The second time now being detained. I'm sorry that you have been detained, but I have to check you for contraband before you can go on your way. Do you have any contraband? If so, what kind of drugs are they? Because obviously I'm only going to take them if I like them. I'm not going to take any drugs I don't like. Alright. I guess I will wash my hands. I need to eat something more than just those couple bites of potatoes. I can eat more potatoes. I think I'm going to make this bean sour chicken. I also kind of want to take a bite of it. Maybe a couple gabapentins. Maybe half an olanzapine. Various things that make me go to sleep. Well, if you're going to go to sleep, Eric, why don't you just make a pot of coffee? Coffee doesn't do anything. Oh, gosh, Eric. Oh, well, Andy. That's my Don Knotts imitation. You know, Don Knotts was a hypochondriac his whole life. But he lived for a super long time. He never actually had any of those diseases. Alright, that's enough leftover potatoes. Next, we will transition to sweet and sour chicken. I'm going to explore all the statement connectives here. If sweet, then sour chicken, sweet or sour chicken, sweet and sour chicken, sweet if and only if sour chicken, and not sweet and sour chicken. Not sweet and not sour chicken. And sure, we can incorporate quantifications there. We can say there's just at least one instance of a chicken that is both sweet and sour. There exists at least one instance of a chicken that is neither sweet nor sour. Yeah, all the sour candies. Well, someone needs to send a memo out. Candies are not supposed to be sour. They're supposed to be sweet. Somebody needs to tell Big Candy to get his head out of his ass. Thanks. I had a pause to the beard polisher over here. What's your one question, Salt Fitzgerald? Is it, what time is it? Oh, where's the beef? It's at Wendy's. There are two channels to discuss politics you might dig. Dean Withers partners with Parker Get a Job, and their debate streams have 3,000 people engaging. Okay. Well, when D's nuts drag across your face. I guess people like fireworks more than they like correctness. Okay, well, I'll tell you what. While we're waiting for the actual coffee, let's enjoy a coffee candy called a Copico. Okay, let's just go. Hi, Copico. You found your own way in, huh? Just keep that in mind for next time, too. Don't even bother scratching the door. Just go around. What do you want? Yes, you're my beautiful love kitty. I know. I know you are. But what am I? Is there any way to win an argument once somebody plays the I know you are, but what am I card? At that point, you're fucked. You are the thing I said. I know you are, but what am I? Oh, yes, what a beauty, kitty. You want me to give you some fresh water? Here you go, Barry. Get rid of the old water. In with the new. Here you go, sweetness. Oh, my sweet kitty. Yes, you're sweet as pumpkin pie. With sugar on top of it. Because pumpkin pie is not really very sweet. You know, I don't want you over there, dude. I tell you that every time. You stay over here. And you go over there. You got the fruit shelf you can go up on. You really shouldn't go on troubles, but you do all the time. You don't need to be over there. At some point, you need to just get the message that I take you down every time when you're over there. Because I don't want you there. You've got so much other house that you can have. You gotta go in the one spot I don't want you to go. Cats. Sometimes trying to herd them is like herding cats. Okay. It's not like herding cats. It is herding cats. Or it would be if I had a whole herd of them. I don't think two qualifies as a herd. No, Eric, wrong. You can herd a single thing, potentially. Can you, though, other Eric? Aren't you just driving it? You're driving that animal. You're not herding it at that point. Fair point, first, Eric. Fair point. All right, we're in agreement. Other Eric and I are getting along well right now. We don't always get along. The other Erics. But, you know, I'm not sure how they're all distinct either. obviously little Eric is the Eric that has a lot of moist feelings. And like adult Eric, responsible Eric is the one that says, "Come on, dumbass, get this shit done." To myself. He's kind of a dick. Little Eric doesn't like him. But, you know, you gotta get shit done sometimes. Then there's like 14-year-old Eric, I guess. 14-year-old Eric is most likely to show up like maybe when I'm super hungry. Maybe a little, meh. 14-year-old Eric also goes too hard. So like that night that I came back from that A's game and I was on Vyvanse and I took half an ounce of mushrooms. That was 14-year-old Eric. Is there old man Eric? I don't think so, not really. I guess old man Eric was depressed Eric, maybe. But I don't think it's necessarily a quality of oldness. You know? Of course, Sleepy Week Eric is also kind of old man Eric. Oh, I've been up for several hours now. I'm going back to bed. Hot diggity damn. So glad I got that dump run done. I could have gotten done tomorrow because they were open tomorrow, but I mean, you all place was, but I'm not actually sure if the dump's open tomorrow. So I really had to get it done today, and I'm glad I got on it right at 9 o'clock when I was late enough to call the realtor, and then the place didn't open until 9 o'clock, but you all place. Wait, didn't I just let you outside? So, I let him outside. I'm still standing here with the coffee. Well, then he's here again. I'm going to go back out of that door. Why? Because he just wants to make me open doors. Let's play Made You Look, but instead of look, it's whatever he makes me do. Made you watch me eat, made you open the door, made you come get Capillo down. Oh, cats. You should have just did a musical on Broadway. I'm guessing one of those, right, sis? Oh, that's just, you're just hearing the voices in the wind, you know. There's no female voice. And I don't hear her. If it was like her phone or something playing a YouTube video, which is certainly plausible, I'd be able to hear it if you could hear it. Maybe it's my inner woman creeping a little bit into my voice and you can just hear it in the background. And things like, I love girl stuff. I love menstruation, ovaries, makeup, the whole 9 yards. There's one thing that all women share is a passionate love of their menstruation. Hey, Judy. Yeah. It's me, Wilhelmina. Well, I got my period. Oh, yours is coming too? Let's hang out. Let's hang out and touch each other's period. That's how girls are. No, she's in the bedroom asleep. I will go check to make sure that you are in fact just imagining things and there's not some shock like, actually she's standing right here and talking, oh my god. No, not the case. She's listening to this too, so even if you could hear the phone with the door closed, but you can't, you'd just be hearing an echo of me. But it'd be very delayed because it's a good, like, almost maybe I don't know, at least 30 seconds, maybe a minute between. I'm pretty tired. I'm actually going to go and, well, take these gabapens here. I got my coffee, so we're going to finish making that before I wrap this up. So a couple of Gabba Gabba Haze. You can tell which is which by the sound of them. These ones are soft, so they don't make a clickety clack sound, really. Couple Gabbas. These gabapentins. The problem with libertarians is they're ideologues. Well, you know, one thing, I guess that, there may not be a lot of call for it. One thing I can provide is an island of correctness in a sea of people who don't know what they're doing. Yes, it's because I'm using rational processes, but it's also because I'm using rational processes on things for which rational processes ought to be used. And I'm good at executing those processes rigorously and purposefully because I understand what it means to be purposeful with language. This one is being challenging. I just leave that one in there. Whatever. Fuck you, Benadryl. Alright, 2 of them is fine. I don't have any Granddaddy Perk, but I do have a bottle of weed in the car that is the other strain that I got last time I went there. It's been in the car basically ever since I got it. I took it, I think, to the other house. Anyway, but I'm gonna go get that strain. I forget what it's called. I did make note of it today when I was getting stuff out of the car. Ooh, there's that weed, I said. I forgot about that. I hadn't really forgotten about it. I mean, It had occurred to me on a few occasions. I knew that it was in the car, but well, to be honest, I wasn't entirely sure. I thought there was a possibility that the bottles of this kind of bottle that I have in there were the only ones I had left, but I'm pretty sure I did have this one in the car because one of the bottles has shake in it and it's not really full of anything. And I'm pretty sure I hadn't smoked this whole half ounce without noticing it. Yeah, I guess I just smoked that whole half ounce without noticing it. Ooh, are you going honey baked? It sounds to me like you might be talking about a generic brand honey baked ham, in which case I'm going to give you the quizzical look. Are you sure about that? You should go to the honey baked ham store and spend $700 on a 5-pound ham. They're not really $700, but hams are very expensive. So. Hams in general are quite expensive. If you try to get a whole ham, But I never do because they're expensive. But occasionally, oh, maybe we should get a ham. And I look at the price. Fuck that noise. What you should do is get the ham about a month before Easter and stick it in the center of a beehive. The ham won't go bad because honey doesn't go bad and it'll be all coated in honey. By the time it's Easter and you pull it out of the beehive, now that's the honey baked ham. You still gotta bake it, of course. Is there any other way to cook a ham besides baking it? I've never seen anybody stick a whole ham in a frying pan, for example. And they get compared to sativa. I tend to like sativas better, but you know what I really like is whatever strain I've not been smoking. Oh yeah, did you take them? What's this, Mom? Did you take them? The package has not arrived yet. Well, I can send you something if you want. I sent stuff to Rachel when she was in New York. It's the least I could do for you. You don't have to buy it. I'll just send you something. So, shoot me your mailing address, and I'm going to think about how to wrap it up so that the mailman doesn't get bothered by it. I'm inclined to get a box like this big or whatever, but only have half an ounce or something in there, so it'll feel all light. Like whatever's in here, if this box were full of weed, it would be a lot heavier, right? I think I'll go with that approach, and I'll put some other light stuff in there, scented stuff, sure. I could put get one of those sage things, Well, I can show you what I'm talking about. I have one right here. Get one of these things, but not burnt it yet, and put that in there. Like put some like crystals and little things like, oh, this is some like some stuff that Rachel's into. That kind of little thing. Oh, this is one of those kind of packages. All right. If we're aiming for reciprocity, I got a lot of catching up to do. This is small. Hydro undefined. So let's see. Okay, yeah, we'll do that. I will. I'll put some of this stuff in. A little bit of this stuff. And I'll try to figure out like what to put in there. I'll figure it out. I could even go to the head shop and they've got like little like Heidi things, you know, a fake jar of peanut butter is actually a little Heidi safe or something. Well, I really appreciate it, Miss Mom. You've given me some amazing hats that I've worn many times to great effect. You know what, Porter? Maybe I'll make you a hat. I made you this fine outfit. April 27th. It's my birthday. Hey, on April 27th in 1946, the 186th Special Film Division was I guess hot on the heels of the frontmost divisions, filming all of the Germany that they had liberated / conquered or whatever you want to call it. But you know, by and large, the Americans were very civilized in dealing with the conquered Germans without being like too soft either, you know. He did read the comments. He had no idea either. Well, I don't know what you heard it from, but it wasn't from this end of things. I know that. Maybe it was trouble meowing. Does he sound like a woman? A little bit. Because you know what, Trouble? You're always a woman to me. Oh, don't give me those big eyes. Don't, you know, don't. I pet him one time and he wasn't in the mood for it. He gave me this quick turn big eyes like, I'm going to rip your hand off. Okay, I've taken those 2 GABAs, 2 Benadryls. I want now to take half an olanzapine as well, I think. I'd like to get as much sleep as possible. I hear you, Eric. I'm a descendant of the Civil War in China and Japanese influence of World War II. Well, my mindset is such that I still believe the the only legitimate ruler of China is the nationalist government in Taiwan. I still don't accept the PRC is a real country. Maybe your braces picked up a radio signal, Winston Baum. I'm assuming you wear braces. Well, I mean, I don't know what we can all do collectively, but I know what the United States can and should do is be unequivocal in its support of Taiwan and its willingness to use military force to defend Taiwan from Chinese aggression, whether it comes in the form of military aggression or slow boil bureaucratic um, like slow boil destruction of the habits and institutions of democracy. No, we should not let China do that. It's not Chinese Taipei. It's fucking Taiwan. Or if you really want to go crazy, you call it Ceylon, I guess. Like, why in the world is the world, like or U.S. media, for example, when at the Olympics, why are we going along with this and calling Taiwan Chinese Taipei? I don't remember that movie really. I don't think I'm not sure I ever saw it. I have images from the movie because I've seen like clips of it or something, or it's famous enough that I can picture that guy who's in it, but that's about it. He looks like maybe he's like an ex-football player or something. He was kind of like a monster kind of looking guy. Jaws was played by Lurch. Well, that would make sense. And then later on, a shark decided to make a movie in which he explored his interpretation of the character. Same character, different species. Moonraker. Why bother? Moon dust is just gonna blow all over everything again anyway. It's like if I'm gonna do any tidying up on the moon, it's gonna be I'll vacuum. If I got a good shop vac maybe for a little while, just a space so I can get this area has no moon dust on it. Other than that, I'm gonna have my hands full finding food, air, water, and everything else life needs. Um, as I suddenly find myself naked on the surface of the moon with just a backpack containing 3 survival items beside me. And one of them is fishing line and fishing hooks. I spent the first couple of days wandering around the moon looking for a good fishing hole, but I never found one. I never found any liquid water at all. Sure, I saw a herd of antelope at one point, moon antelope, but it could have been moon rocks potentially. I was I was hallucinating a lot at that point. Having been starved for oxygen for days. But one of my survival items was a bow and arrow, and I did take a shot at one of the antelope. But I missed it. When I went over to retrieve my arrow, I saw no sign that any antelope had ever been there. No hoof prints, just the very faint hint of a musty venison smell, perhaps the illusion thereof, wafting through the moon air. Certain individuals share that certain sentiment of such about future survivor of don't know what it is potential. What? What in the world is that sentence all about? You're writing sentences that my mind can't cache. Your fingers are writing sentences that my mind can't cache. Why didn't I call them checks? Well, because I messed up. That's why. I'm not perfect. I made a mistake. I acknowledge it. I regret it. I resolve to never, ever, ever do that again. But, I can't promise it. Just have the resolution. Purpose and legacy. Those are two words that come to mind anytime somebody says Eric Strauss. Purpose, legacy are two of the most common. Majesty, amazing. These are the words that most often come to mind. Conscientious very frequently comes to mind. Emotionally aware, highly sensitive person. I'm highly sensitive to me, highly sensitive to you, and highly sensitive to the person standing behind you. Kermit Smith, I have enough trouble staying alive on the moon. Neptune is even worse than the moon. I had to survive on the moon for almost 6 months before I figured out how to put together a makeshift rocket from natural moon materials to shoot myself back to Earth. It's true. When I time I had gotten home, I had lost almost 17 pounds, and some of my muscles were beginning to atrophy from the weak moon gravity. Get your weak ass moon gravity up out of here, is what I said as I shot away from the moon. Well, you don't need to poop out through the van windows on the moon because, well, you might, but see, when I poop, I naturally have a very strongly propelled poop. It's like kind of like a rubber bullet being shot from a policeman's gun. On the moon, that means I just point my butt up, and that poop leaves the moon's orbit. That's why there's so much poop on Elon Musk's car. Fun fact. The original name for Uranus was supposed to be your taint. Stop explaining. But Mamba mentality, that ish. The Mamba mentality. I hog the ball and take 50 shots a game and shoot 25%. Is it a crime against humanity that the astronauts didn't moon the moon from their moon capsule? I wouldn't call it a crime, just a lost opportunity. And it should have, like, the astronauts should, when they were on the moon, they should have, like, stepped out of a grid of spaces and with their moon shoes scraped out a huge dong in the dust of the moon so the astronomers on Earth could see it. then everybody would believe in the moon landing. Now, you don't believe that we landed on the moon? Get your telescope. Check it out. There it is. The moon dong. Thank you, Neil Armstrong, for doing that. Otherwise, how would I prove to everybody that you landed on the moon? Yeah, I know, it was impressive. That dong is almost 35 miles long. That's it took a big effort for those astronauts. They were really committed to the moon dong. Name the third guy from Apollo 11. Marshall. There, I've named him. A wrong concept or idealistic perception of Mamba mentality. I was a Lakers fan watching Kobe plenty. Believe me, that man lost way more games for the Lakers than he won with his ball hoggery. Everybody wants to lionize him because he died in a helicopter crash. He's like the Mac Miller of basketball players. Not good, but revered because he died at a certain time. I look like Phil Jackson. I smell like him too. A lot of people tell me that I smell exactly like Phil Jackson. You're relating to my LA pathway. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't as huge a Lakers fan in the Kobe era. Because at that point, I think Chick Hearn had died. Oh, Mac Miller. So, sneezes are the closest thing to an orgasm physically. Well, I don't know where you sneeze from. My sneezes are way up here and my orgasms are way down here, so they're not close at all. Maybe you sneeze from your hoo-ha. Or orgasm from your nose, I guess. Mike can't believe it's not butter, right? Of course. Who, interestingly enough, owns a company that sells olive oil. And he claims it's pronounced and believe he's what? But we all know he's bullshitting. He's the only family member who makes that claim. And yeah, I believe it's not butter family. I sneeze because of fish scales. You don't get fish scales in your nose. If you've gotten fish scales in your nose, you've done something horribly wrong. Either you don't know the right way to scale a fish, or maybe you're scaling the fish like this. I'd recommend scaling it a different way. Yeah, I've never. Maybe you were doing lines of fish scales. You're like, rail them up, motherfucker. Just chop those things up and, oh, that's fishy. You seem like the kind of person who might snort a few lines of fish scales occasionally. Oh man, it's full of omega fatty acids. Oh yeah, it's not surprising. I mean, I think Mike's known as the black sheep of the Aunt Believe It's Not Butter family. Might be a little bit angry, and we all know that the owners of our family are notorious brawlers, so that's no surprise. Ah, I never got that lens paint. I do. Guess I'll get it. I guess smoke a cigarette. I smoke a couple of stuff anyway. I don't know how to feel about this habit of mine of smoking like 2 hits of a cigarette and putting it out and lighting a new cigarette. Is it a good thing because I'm not really smoking that much, or is it a bad thing because I'm wasting a bunch of cigarettes? Are we disagreeing about something? I don't even know what we're talking about. I'm always willing to learn, happy to learn. I don't know what we're talking about, or that we're disagreeing about anything. I thought we were talking about cigarettes. 'Cause my memory only goes back like 3 seconds. Boop, 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 boop. If I drink a bunch of whiskey and I feel drunk and I pass out, am I expressing feelings? No. We lost 5-3. We were down 5-1 going into the top of the ninth. We couldn't quite pull off the rally. But we're 8-11. It's not a terrible record. I see a lot of potential in this team. Right now, the team's being carried by Tyler Soderstrom and Jacob Wilson, who are not our big name players, right? Lawrence Butler's doing all right. Workers had a really slow start, but it's starting to pick it up. When things start to gel a bit more, I really think athletics are going to soar to great heights. I always call OGs because they smoking red. Oh, somebody who smokes reds is an OG. An orange guy. And overture gargantuan. Gargantua. An overdriven guitar. How about looking up the video on YouTube? Yeah, let's look at it. What are we clicking? What's going on here? Oh, Fish Heads. I know that song. Let's play it on Dr. Demento, who played hilarious comedy songs on his Dr. Demento radio program. Very few of them were hilarious, but it was interesting to listen to anyway. There's a bunch of stuff you would never hear anywhere else. It's life, Jim, but not as we know it. Not as we know it. Not as we know it. I had this Star Trek song that did that. It was just like, I think it was just sampled the Star Trek characters. And Dr. McCoy sampled it saying, "It's life, Jim, but not as we know it. Not as we know it. Not as we know it." And of course, there's the famous song, Detachable Penis. It's also played on that show. A lot of songs I can probably remember if I mused about it for a moment or two. I did listen to that radio program like weekly for some stretch of time anyway. I don't know how long. But my friend Chris Morrow, he really liked that show. We listened to it together. That's where I remember listening to it at his house, actually. I don't know if I listened to it by myself. Anyway, he's an ISFP, Chris Morrow. And he and I were really good friends, and Dave and I were really good friends. But Chris Morrow, he's countervalues SI. So he and I haven't really stayed in touch. I got 4 slots, he got 6 slot. But Dave, being an ISFJ, he's made staying in touch with Chris Morrow happen in a way that I never did. And of course, Dave and I have stayed in touch because, again, mostly Dave makes sure we don't not talk for too long. The beautiful thing about ISFJs, ISTJs, they feel the weight of the time that they've invested in a relationship already. Jay-Z's a villain. I don't like that guy at all. I just can't even consider listening to any of his stuff anymore. I just think of him as a scumbag. Obviously, I don't know exactly, like, I don't know to the extent that I could vote guilty on a jury, but I feel not reckless in trusting my intuition here about him. There's enough smoke floating around from burning Jay-Z that I'm confident there's some fire. And that guy, accordingly, can go fuck himself. Should be in jail. You know. But you got somebody that empowered by wealth and that habituated to illegitimate approaches, like justifying the means with the ends. Well, that's going to be a real squirrely, hard to pin down and prosecute defendant. Because, first of all, his crimes are the sort of for which it's difficult to get good hard evidence, number one. Number two, statutes of limitations, now that they have access to some actual good evidence, statute of limitations for those crimes are probably already expired. So he managed to get Busby / that lady to drop him from that lawsuit, which I don't know. I believe he did do it, but I believe that she misremembered details in a way that allowed him to correctly say, I wasn't there that time, you know. That's just what my intuition says. I don't have any evidence or anything. Well, I mean, I don't want to type you. I'm not unwilling to type you if you want to hire me to type you, but it's not like entertaining for me. I mean, it can be. Some typing sessions are fun, but it's not something I do for fun. Well, John Lowe seems to be a Marty Glenn fan, and he says that Marty Glenn has respect towards you. Well, maybe, John Lowe, it's because you're not a woman. If you can think of any women that matter to you in your life and think how he treats women matters at all, then you would not think highly of him if you knew the way he treats them. He's very toxic. But, I get that somebody who hasn't had experience with actual, in this case, actual evidence and, the paper trail and seeing how ugly it is, you don't have any reason to perceive him that way necessarily. I don't think he displays that too obviously in his content. I got to see private communications, and so I know what a shitbag he is, but I get that you're gonna not draw that conclusion without having equivalent evidence. That's fair. Fair, just, and reasonable on your part, so. Have you been in the chat of a live stream with him? Do you think that Marty calls himself a Sigma? Well, I call him a damager of people. He damages people in a variety of ways. Some by just his active malignancy, but some by just his confident wrongness and Dunning-Kruger-esque thinks that he's an expert in something that attentionally he's wholly unqualified to even to do work in at all, really. That's not to say that no ESFPs can ever do decent work in typology. I can think of one, Amy, who does pretty good work, but you know, she's trying to do it the way I do it because she recognizes that I'm the one who's doing it properly. So good for her. I'm very impressed with that. She gets 2 thumbs up for being correct, about who's correct. But that's the only ESFP I can think of. And she's not trying to do intellectual work about the thing. She's learned about how to do it from me and how I do it, and then tries to emulate that. From what I understand, I've never really watched any of her typing sessions, but that's what people have told me. But on the same concept, I'm also here too, right, sis? You are here. But I prefer to be called Sissy, my full name, rather than Sis. I'm so glad my parents didn't name me Sissy. That would be a terrible thing to do to your son. My NI or TI has been on overdrive about being hybrid in my own position or role in this member for the community. Well, I didn't know that we had clear positions or roles that could be hybridized. It seems like, as far as I can tell, everybody just is here for their own reasons and enjoys it in their own way or doesn't in their own way, in which case they probably leave. Oh, I'm not judging you for being. It's not my business what YouTube channels people watch. Do I want anybody interfering with which YouTube channels I watch? No. You might want to tell me, Eric, you need to watch those sports highlights videos. That's not worth watching. Well, I am going to watch them. I want to watch them. Therefore, it is worth watching them. So shut up. Don't tell me what to watch. I wouldn't tell you what to watch. I don't care. I can barely tell myself what to watch. I just kind of stumble into something, maybe just a bird hopping around. I just watch that. I don't know what to watch. So I got no room for worrying about what you're watching. Well, I'm talking shit about Marty, because that's what I think about Marty. I don't care what you think about Marty. If you were a chick, I might be worried about you a little bit, but you're not, so I'm not. It's a nice evening. It doesn't even feel as cold as it says on the TV. It doesn't seem like it's in the 40s. But I guess it is. I have this light jacket on. This is one of the inherited pieces of clothing that I actually rather like this jacket. Most of the things I inherited from my dad are just, they don't fit me. They're like horrible, big, wide-legged, short pants that go up too high on your thighs. Especially with a wide leg, it's just, if you're not wearing bun huggers, you're gonna be given a scrote viewing party. Hey everybody, it's a scrotum viewing party. I'm just sitting here reading the magazine, but I'm not paying attention to my legs. As you see, these short pants are incredibly poorly designed. Well, sure, they've got a lot of pockets for the very little amount of vertical length that they have, especially. But they've got nice wide leg holes. It's kind of like I'm wearing two dresses that are very, very short mini skirts. But I wear them anyway because it's like I lost all of my clothes when I moved here somehow. I lost like all of my everything. I don't know where everything went. Everything is gone. Who knows? Everything just disappeared. Fortunately, at this point, I've like replaced things that I actually need. And I guess clothes I don't actually need, so that's why I haven't replaced those. I got this one pair of overalls. I did buy one article of clothing. This pair of overalls, and it's broken. It was broken when I got it. So now I have to be like a girl every time I have to pee, and I have to undo the whole overalls because the zipper doesn't work. And my dick's powerful, but not powerful enough to punch a hole straight through these overalls. So every time I'm wearing these overalls when I go to the bathroom, Rachel points to me and taunts, "Girl pee, girl pee." And I cry, "Stop!" The scene repeats over and over again. Hi, Goblin. I'm going to inspiration. Yes, Mrs. Mom would type it that way. Until then, that's just got to be the future. Tomorrow, unforeseen. I do foresee some things for tomorrow, though. I'm not quite done with the other house that I've got tomorrow and Sunday to finish. The most laborious, annoying thing that's left to do. Oh, wait, I never ate my food. Did I ever put it in? Did I even start it? I put it in here, but I didn't ever start it. I didn't put any time in. Okay, so now I've done that. So I got 4 minutes to wait, but I'm gonna get a half an hour olanzapine. Hot to tag me. I hear you're hot to tag me. Well, get at your spray paint, baby, because I'm like a big concrete slab. I said you had figured out some way, but it kind of involved many steps. Uh-oh, T-E, huh? Buddy Cat says, after my accident, I woke up in a hospital with a sexy nurse standing over me. She said, you may not feel anything from the waist down. Fair enough, I replied, and felt her breasts. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. That's a transitive, intransitive verb joke. She meant the intransitive form of feel, and you interpreted it as the transitive form. I like nice grammar jokes like that. Oh, you're inquiring about fonts now, huh? Well, I'm sorry, I don't just give out that kind of information to just anybody, all right? Which fonts I use, why I use them, when I use them. That's all part of me playing my cards close to my vest. I don't trust you or anybody else with that kind of important information. Comic Sans. Oh my god, I said it! Actually, I don't like Comic Sans. I do kind of like Courier. You know, OG Eric, you don't own my Thoughts Foundation either. I don't want to own anybody's anything. I have my perspective. Like, I have what I say. I don't have expectations about what people who hear what I say do with it. I don't know what to do with it. That's something they deal with in their own head on their own time. You know? I don't expect people to agree with me. I just am correct. A Verdana? Oh, you mean the font? I don't know. Sounds pretty European to me. How about a little bit of Times New Roman? Huh? And if I skid about Avatar movie font, I had this idea that was making me laugh in bed last night. It was a skit for, yeah. So it's like this. It's an elementary school classroom, and the teacher said, "Okay, let's hear your reports on the person you most admire." And the first boy gets up. He's the person I admire the most, and the person that I want to be like most when I grow up because he's so smart and cool, is Ed Begley Jr. That's it. Yeah, the teacher's like, "Oh, Ed Begley Jr., huh? That's a surprising choice." Okay, well, thank you, Donnie. Go sit down. All right, Sarah, come on up. Hello. I would like to talk about a person who inspires me and I admire so much. And this person is very smart. One of the smartest people, maybe, who's ever lived. Of course, it goes without saying, I'm talking about Mr. Ed Begley Jr. It's a short skit. But, maybe you squeeze a third one up there. Like, I believe that Mother Earth is very important to us. And one important pioneer in the area of environment and environmental protection is my personal hero and the man I most admire, Mr. Ed Begley Jr. One of them can would say, the person I most admire invented bagels, and he is so sweet. Of course, I'm talking about Mr. Ed Begley Jr. It's something that was making me laugh when I was lying in bed last night. Please imagine all the kids were really into Ed Begley Jr. for some reason. What's going on with the kids these days? Hey, cut away to the faculty lounge later. What do you mean? And then, she goes, well, I mean, almost all of my students did their reports on Ed Begley Jr. You too? Oh my God! Literally every one of the kids in my class, my third grade class, did Ed Begley Jr. You think they cheated off each other? Maybe. The teacher raises her hand. I had an Alan Alda. I also have another idea for an SNL skit, which is We Are America. So, We Are America, it starts with there's a scene where you have the director / producer of this public service announcement that's being made. He's explaining the concept to the casting director. Okay, so what? What we're doing here is just a general kind of feel-good pro-diversity commercial. We're going to get a diverse group of Americans in here. And each of them will take turn saying, I am America. I am America. I am America. I am America. Black guy, white guy, young guy, old kid. The diverse group, okay? So I want you to go make your top priority as casting director is to get as diverse a group of people in here as possible. He's like, gotcha. And then they cut to like after lunch or something later on, right? And the casting director's standing there and he's got next to him a guy who's got like Stephen Hawking disease, who's in one of those wheelchairs. and the director producer comes in and he's like, oh, hey. Oh, hello. Very nice to meet you. He's like, you got it. You got it. You got some diversity. I'm loving this, right? The casting director gives him a little, I said, oh, come on in. Meet the rest of the group. And he goes into the main room area as the wheelchair guy kind of leads the way. He goes in there, and everybody in the room is in a wheelchair. And that's what Stephen Hawking disease. And they start pushing their buttons. They're like, I am America. I am America. And they say, hold on one second. And he takes the casting director outside. And the casting director's beaming. He's like, what do you think? And he's all, well, I wonder if it seems like we've got a lot of wheelchairs in there. It's like, I know, right? These people could not be any more diverse. It's like they can't even walk. They can barely talk. And the director's like, okay. And then they cut to the completed thing. It's just all these young guys going, I am America. I think that's a great Saturday Night Live skit idea. You know what? Sully Fitzgerald, Reuben R., Winston's mom. You know what's not fun? You're not listening to my Saturday Night Live skit idea. That's what's not fun. You're just chatting among yourselves, and I am throwing pearls before you, and you're just acting like swine. No, I didn't. I forgot it. I didn't forget it last time I was at the Good. I'm glad you are America. Thank you, Solid Pitch Shield. Right? I mean, the thing is, my thought is, when I have these ideas for skits, compare against actual SNL skits rather than some ideal of optimal hilarity of all time, There's lots of Ruben R. Well, you know what? You missed a brilliant Saturday Night Live skit description of an idea by me. And that's your loss. You have 5 fewer units of hilarity within you than you otherwise would, and you might need those later. Who knows? Because units of hilarity within you, they're like an immune system or a suit of armor. They protect you against life's difficulties when things aren't hilarious. You're a pretty rational guy. Still not sure what you meant by the alter ego thing at Reuben R. Reuben R. is talking about his alter ego Boobin B. But I am also part of that with never any recognition. So whoever is reading, siempre fe. You're also part of what? You're a little enigmatic. I think I feel like I missed a comment somewhere, but there seems to be holes in what you're saying. Well, I mean there are ellipses. but it feels as though one needs to know what would go there, right? It's just the mind of humor I like. SFS. I got the sense you like similar stuff too, like Ed Bassmaster. I don't think I've ever seen Bassmaster. Sounds dirty though. The Ed topic. I asked Rachel the other day if Jesse, when it's a boy's name, is it short for anything? She said no. She pointed out that Jessica is shortened to Jessie for girls. What do you guys think? A sigh of relief at understanding someone. Hey, you know what? There's something I want to do for you, whoever you are. I want to do it for you, Ruben, for you, John, for you, Buddy Cat, for you, Solid Fitzgerald, Winston's mom, everybody. I want to understand you. Deep down here. The real you. The you that lives inside of your heart. Yeah, you don't need to spend anything. I don't have any sort of guilt by association heuristic, like, oh, if you watch Marty because I don't like Marty, therefore I don't like you, or some stupid shit like that. I don't do that kind of dumb stuff. You know why I don't? Because I've got my own toxically masculine friend right here. What's up, girl? Hey, girl. Hey, come on over here, baby girl. Let me see you. You know, you look pretty cute without this dust on you. Let me swipe that dust off. Oh, is that your breast? I'm sorry. Hey, you know what? When I look into your eyes, I see a woman who's gonna spread her thighs. Oh, yeah, girl. So he's like, I mean, I wouldn't try to craft a skit specifically for Johnny. I'd say, oh, he'd be a good character. He'd be good to play this character in this skit that had nothing to do with Johnny. If I had to write a skit that was like custom, it was like uh, the jokes were supposed to be about Johnny's and his ways or something. I have no idea what I would do. I'd reject that idea as a good idea at all. Let's not do that. So instead, I just say, well, I've got these skit ideas. He could potentially play Mia in this one, could potentially play Mia in that one. I'm thinking about making him a hat. I'm considering the possibility, Winston's mom, that if he has a hat, that his eyebrows will grow in darker because they'll cease being bleached by the sun. Because he does have eyebrows. He gets a lot of sun for a baby because he's always out picking up chicks, and it bleaches his eyebrows this light shade of brown. Are you talking smack about my eyebrows? Oh, Porter. This is like the third time he's punched me in the nose. I'll do it again too, you little bitch. Don't talk to me like that, Porter. You're a brown eye supremacist. Personally, I love the ladies with the brown eyes, the blue eyes, green eyes. I like the the chesty ladies, the small titty ladies. I like the big booty ladies, and the ladies with almost no booty at all. It sounds like you like every lady. I don't like ladies over 85 years old. Why not? Oh, well, they lack a certain freshness. Okay, I guess that's about as nice as you've ever been when insulting people. I do respect my elders, but you don't seem to respect me. How old are you anyway? I'm 53. As if. That's not old. It's not. Well, I mean, you old, but you aren't like go to the nursing home old. Thanks, Porter. Thanks for your. I guess this is you being nice. Yeah. Blue-eyed devils. Listen here, round eyes. We Asian Americans don't approve of you and your racist ways. Stop Asian hate. Peace. What a silly thing to exist. Have a hashtag slogan that says, stop Asian hate. Is there a big problem with Asian hate? I'm pretty sure there's not. Look, we've determined that there are these possible expressions of hatred. Now, I don't trust you the general instruction to stop hating entirely. So, we're going to work on one perspective hatred at a time. First, I need you to stop hating spaghetti. Then, you're going to stop hating Asians. Asians are connected to blue eyes, and that Asians don't have blue eyes. How do we get to stop Asian hate? I do not remember. I'm pretty tired. Ruben took his puppy medicine and is healthy. I don't know why he's insisting he's a sick puppy. Well, probably right now he's sick with effie shame shivers because he didn't pay attention to my story. Even though that's absurd. He has absolutely no obligation to pay any attention to anything I'm saying. What's that? Says Ruben. Never mind, Ruben. You just continue on with whatever it is you're doing. I need to go get half an olanzapine and a multivitamin. I want to take a multivitamin. Ruben R., how are you ever going to be ashamed of yourself if you keep forgetting your crimes? The blessed reality of SI Polar. Okay, turn that light off. I'll be right back. Don't bother Rachel. So what I got here is a multivitamin, a magnesium, zinc, and calcium vitamin. This is specific to activating B vitamins. This is half an orange B. So it's like a vitamin for vitamins. This B vitamin thing, activator thing. I read an article about how it makes B vitamins much more effective. And I decided to get some of it because I have like neuropathy from B vitamin deficit, which I don't really feel when I take vitamins. Like basically makes it go away temporarily. Poltergeists are not the same thing as Palestinians, for instance. Well, they both start with a P, but very different from one another. Serve alcohol at a party and nobody bats an eye, but serve laxative at a party and everybody loses their shit. You got a bing from me. It's pretty good. Don't just give me the sour chicken. I want the sweet ones as well. I don't want bitter chicken, though the sour chicken swell. I'm going to chew my way through the Chinese food in this plastic tray. Sweet, sour, not bitter. No. Let me have some of the sweet chicken, baby. Let me have the sour ones too. Is all I can say while I sit here and chew. I don't remember exactly how I was saying it before, but there ain't nothing funky about your stupid version of God. I remember now. There ain't nothing funky about your stupid version of God. Excellent a critique as could possibly be made in that instance. Because I think we could all agree that that lyric was true. There ain't nothing funky about that stupid version of God. That version of God sounds like some kind of horrible ESTJ micromanaging vice principal enforcer guy or something. But again, I don't know if you've had a chance, I'm assuming you haven't, but I did put up a short today. And it's ridiculously long for a short. It's over 2 minutes. Almost all my shorts are 15 seconds or less, but this is really an edited long form video that's very, very short and vertical. But it's classified as a short. Anyway, it shows me meeting the Easter Bunny today. That's referencing Bico line, kind of. Just stream of consciousness. I don't know what bicoline is. And the thing is, you're talking about my freestyling over it. Sweet and sour chicken freestyle was very clean. Everything all rhymed as though it were crafted, you know. It was unusually clean. Well, I mean, it's usual enough, I guess, if I'm up, you know. If I'm up and on, like a moonlit dawn. Do you guys hear the story? I think I told it on the stream before. Oh, Ico line. Yeah, I heard you mention it before. But, you know, if you want to take that chance of going to a city that starts with a Q, you know, you're a braver woman than me. Because I'm not a woman. I like the idea of going to Canada. That's the wrong side of Canada. And even if we're on the right side of Canada, I'd still just like the idea of going to Canada from afar. I wouldn't go go on a date with it. 7 minutes I shall dip. What are you going to dip your 7 minutes into? Well, you know, Rachel and I are going to be in Vegas July, and anybody who wants to show up at Vegas during the time that we're there, we're totally down to meet up with people, hang out, go to a strip club, and pay the women dollar bills to put their clothes back on as a moral, we're coming as like super judgy, morally righteous people. We'll talk to the strippers like a witness to us. Listen, we love you. That's why we're telling you how wrong it is what you're doing. I brought this nice sweater for you to put on. Listen, I'll keep putting the dollar bills into your we'll start with your panties, then I'll put them into your over panties, then into your pants, then into your shirt, then into your sweater, then into your parka. And at that point you'll be fully dressed and ready to go. This is your moral imperative. You must put on these clothes. I'm sorry, Bambi was your name? Have you never heard of Immanuel Kant? He says there's a universal moral imperative. Chicks need to cover their naked bodies up. Sure was like, that's totally not the Kantian moral imperative. I've seen, no, I haven't seen role models. Let's write a movie. I want to write a movie about my poop. If I were going to write a movie, what would I write? Well, I've had so many movie ideas, you know. I'd like somehow, in whatever the movie is that I'd write, I want Helen Keller to make a cameo appearance. She's deaf, she's blind, and she's making everyone feel uncomfortable by smelling them. Like one of the characters was like, what's the matter? There was a meet and greet thing. Stacy's and, well, what? It was really awkward. I was interested in meeting Helen Keller. I thought it would be inspiring, but she she just comes right up to you and like starts smelling you like right in your face, just and she goes, "That's down it," like that. Like, how would you react if your daughter said that on account of me stripping is empowering? Well, she never said that to me, but when she was a teenager, like maybe from like 14 through like, I don't know, 17, 18, maybe even a little older than that. Even. She seems to be more modestly dressed now, but she really likes to dress to show off her ample assets. And I one time told her like, "Are you sure you want to go out like that?" I mean, it's very, you're really, you're like, how a look, everybody. You got little shorts on and this tight shirt that just barely, it covers all of your skin on your torso, but it's like the sleeves are very short and it's very accentuating of your chest and stuff. When I tried to tell her one time, like, maybe you should put on some more clothes, she said, "You're slut shaming me." She was like 13 or 14. I'm like, okay, you know what? You dress however you. I knew I couldn't win the argument because she's my daughter. She's like, my body, I could dress. Yeah, all right, man. Fine, sorry. I just wasn't telling you what to do. I was just suggesting that maybe you find you have a better cost benefit ratio if you wear more fabric. So I have a limit. What I mean, I'm not the kind of person who believes it's a good idea to force people to do stuff. Certainly not people you love, nor to spend your time critiquing them. So even if Delilah were going to do something I thought was very ill-advised, I would spend some time trying to talk her out of it, or into it if it's something that she's not doing. But at the end of the day, I value my relationship with her more than I value her doing what I want her to do. Helen Keller's dog. The funny thing about Helen Keller's dog, also blind, but he could hear. So there's a guide dog that itself was blind, but had such a cute hearing that it could hear when the light changed from red to green. It could hear colors. It had a rather cumbersome name. His name was Dietrich Homburg. Yeah, she's I don't know if that's the most important. I think healthy and happy are at least as important as normal. But she is more normal than me, right? Like I have certain bohemian qualities. If you were to try to cast me in a two-dimensional and disdainful light, you'd say like he he's like a college kid indulging in meaningless and deluded imaginings of being a genius or something. Except that's maybe fine at 18, but he's still doing that at 53 or something like that. If one wanted to do that. Calling it right. Exhausted with multiple dealings, Mr. Eric and others on the team deals with on this live stream. I just know my core foundations, beliefs, and resort to my own shadows. Oh, calling it a night, that's what he said. Wow. Good night, John. You are encouraged to sleep with a wonderful glow of angel feather dust. I'm going to go with angel dust, but probably better you not sleep on PCP. One with angel feather, which is the name of the paint we used over the other house. One of the paints. So then I didn't want it to be that, so I had to add dust at the end. When really I should have just said angel sprinkle. Welcome to the wonderful world of social media, where you and your words count by earning thumbs up from people who like them. John Lowe don't conform indeed. John Lowe don't go forming. Keep a working with the men. You're John Lowe don't go forming just to keep on working with the men. John Lowe don't go forming just to keep on working with the men. I don't know. Not sure. You could probably nap on PCP if you were also on, say, Ambien, Klonopin, and Olanzapine. Koalas aren't real. Well, they're not bears. That's for sure. What I like to do is just, during the me time, I just want to rest. It's been a long work week. I just want to smoke some PCP and have a nice nap. Animatronic little furry things that will kill you with their stings. Did you know that koalas have a deadly venomous stinger? It's not in their butt, obviously. That would be ridiculous. It's from like here, like the top of their spine. So if you ever see a koala go like this, you watch out because it's got a spike's going to come right out, dripping with koala venom. And you'll be dead in minutes unless you get the anti-venom, which is so rare, you can only get it in 3 spots in Australia and / New Zealand. 2 in Australia, 1 in New Zealand. So gotta be careful when you encounter these animatronic koalas, because unfortunately whoever made them installed these poisonous spikes. They don't want you to bother them. It's a training mechanism. They say, we don't want people to bother animals in general, so we're going to make these cute looking animals that are actually deadly spike bearing traps. And then people will learn not to mess with all animals. Are there really bids on that? People think that? Well, are you the one who, are you the one who said that thing about Beyonce? That she, all these singers always thanked her in award shows and stuff, and then the theory is that Kanye was saving Taylor West because she wasn't going to say that. Oh, then death must be truth. So it was you, Solid Fitzgerald. I like that theory sounds fun to me. If there are enough instances of actual people irrelevantly thinking Beyonce, and then some credence to the idea that there's influence exerted on them to do so. Of some kind. No, that's what one of my stingers is. Okay, sure. I'm equipped with runaway stingers, so if I'm running at a certain speed, stingers pop directly out from my back in case anybody catches up to me. Maybe I'll check it out. Well, Ruben, a number of specialists that I met with tell me that my high hip syndrome is by far the most severe they've ever seen. So that's why I got overalls on. My high hip syndrome is so severe that even overalls will fall down somehow. The straps will just pass straight through my torso. Gonorrhea, day and night. It's gonorrhea. What's the thing that's in me? It is gonorrhea. Oh, koalas, yeah. They're little gonorrhea factories. Why? Because they're whores. They're filthy, promiscuous little sluts. And that's why I've begun my campaign to shame the koalas. I'd like $2 billion in public funding so that I can make signs shaming the koalas. I will do it in multiple languages and in pictures, showing them how awful they are for their whorish ways. After that, I think it's time to address the dolphin in the room. Everybody knows they're a rapey animal. It's time we start policing their behavior to prevent that from happening. And I'm thinking about maybe implementing a couple of jail sentences for my cats when they kill lizards and stuff. Thus far, I've been letting them get away with literal murder with no punishment. Except me being like, you guys, will you stop murdering? These cats, what they really need, maybe they don't need punishment. Maybe they just need to sit down and tell them to really pay attention and give them a good long lecture about why it's bad for them to do that. And then maybe they'll stop. After I leave, I would imagine they'll talk to each other about it. Well, you know what? Says Capillo. He made some really good points. I never thought to put myself in the shoes of a lizard. That's because lizards don't wear shoes, says Trouble. We don't wear shoes either. Well, the point is, lizards aren't, advanced people like us. They're like insects, kind of. But they're not insects, Trouble. They're not. We both know when we chew into their delicious reptile little bodies and suck upon their innards and blood, that's no insect. Alright, you got me there. What about the mice, though? Well, obviously we're going to continue to eat the mice, or kill them at least. He seems to want us to leave them alive. I don't understand it either. Who wants a mouse around? Do you think he'd act the same with cockroaches? Well, why wouldn't you, cats? Well, I would if you leave it outside. If you insist on killing it, you don't need to show it to me. Chased koala. Operation Chasten Koala. I guess chasten means that's to make them more chaste. Man, I really am annoyed by the content creator houses where they all film together and live together. Uh-oh, that's what Rachel and I got going on. We live together in a big house, make YouTube videos. I guess we're just too cliche. Koalas are crybabies. The real noise criminals of the animal world are dogs. Their incessant barking. You just need to shut up. So Machiavelli is here, and apparently a crackhead. He announces himself as a crackhead. But to each their own. I like his honesty. But yeah, if you're gonna be a crackhead, you might as well own it. Me, I'm more of a sweet and sour chicken head, but not the kind that, not that kind of chicken head. I'm just enjoying my sweet and sour chicken. Well, I mean, I enjoyed it, but I have a few lingering grains of rice in my mouth. To evoke the wonderful meal I just completed. 4 minutes from packaged to cooked in the microwave. To one stepper. No stop after 2 minutes and stir bullshit. We all need to fight that tyranny. Don't buy frozen dinners that don't have one step on them. They don't deserve your business. And the microwave dinner companies are just being lazy. They could figure out a way to make it one step, I'm sure. The reason people buy microwave dinners at all is because they don't want to do stuff. Microwave dinner should say, put in microwave for 5 minutes. Something like that. Not, first peel back the mia and add the flavor packets. Next, add 3 tablespoons of mia. Then recover with the existing plastic for some. Okay, this is supposed to be not cooking. This is like cooking or something. What are you doing to me, microwave dinner people? Are you selling crackheads? How much are your crackheads? Oh, you sell fentanyl. Well, I'd rather be a crackhead than a fentanyl head, that's for sure. Crackhead is horrible, sure, to be, but it's very bad to be addicted to fentanyl. People are addicted to it, they walk all bent over. I'm not exactly sure why. IBAC. We should take a trip to Korea, Thailand, Vietnam, or Cambodia together. The women there appreciate us more. Ooh la la, I'm a happily married man, and I don't like traveling. Oh, okay. What did you start for? I didn't see what you did that. You didn't even get timed out. You just got a message later. I can see what it says when I go back inside. Well, I'm late. Is this supposed to be Julia Child? No, we're not Julia Child around here. Nor am I a child of Julia. Who I am, what I am, how I am. It's E-R-I-C, Eric. That's right. I'm Eric. I'm that Eric. The Eric. Eric Strauss. The one with a YouTube channel. Oh, didn't know you were married. Take the lonely trip by myself seeing pictures. Yeah, Rachel is my wife. If you've ever seen her, she's often either in the chat or actually in front of the camera, but she's sleeping right now. She's actually listening to this in the bedroom, but she's asleep, so it's just playing in the background. Sophie's Choice 2. Now let's have the other one. Sophie's Choice 2 It should, if it were going to be a Sophie Choice 2, it should be about her going and stealing a German kid and then sending it to her own homemade concentration camp. How you like that, motherfucker? What do I do for work? I'm not doing really anything for work right now, but I will resume working here at some point. Was a professional debate coach for many years, and I was a director of a debate school, and I had my own debate school for a while. You know, teaching kids how to win arguments. You're sold, you shall fund my project. Sophie's Choice 2. Sophie turns the tables. Sophie's Choice, the table turn. It's good meeting you too. You know, I expected you to be kind of, I don't know, like power mad based on your book that you wrote. Not so much power mad, but very interested in the mechanics and efficacy of attaining and keeping power rather than the legitimacy or responsibility of it. Less so the legitimacy or responsibility, not entirely without mention. Yeah, like not too bad for the kind of thing I'm not particularly fond of. It's a thin book, that's nice. It's not intimidating. You look at it, I can read that. This is not hardly anything. The Prince, huh? You know how that book begins? A man, girl named Nikki, I guess you could say she was a sex fiend. At a hotel lobby, masturbating in a magazine. She said I had to waste some time and I could not resist when I saw little Nicky crying. Such a good song. Such an unbelievable song. And Machiavelli foresaw the prince's most triumphant piece of songwriting hundreds of years before he was even born. The prince just basically, in the movie where he sings that song, he just reenacted the scene from The Prince where he sings that song at a club, you know. There's some conflict over a girl, apparently. And, you know, the culminating moment of the film, Prince, lady love interest, Prince is like, I'm sorry, baby, all I got is blue rain. And the lady's like, and me, I've got nothing but red rain. And they put their hands to each other, and they look both at each other and go, purple rain! And they high five, and it freezes as they're in the air high fiving, and then the credits roll, and as the credits roll, they show the end of the wedding, where Prince and the lady are running into the car with the cans on it and stuff, and throwing each of them with the other hand is throwing at blue and red rain respectively, and it's creating above everybody this huge thunderstorm of purple rain. I was like, oh my God, it's purple! I love purple! Reminds me of fine childhood. So that's the plot of Purple Rain if you've never seen the film. They tried to do another one called Purple Corvette, Little Purple Corvette, but it never made it to theaters because the premise of it was that Prince had a red Corvette, and the love interest had a blue Corvette. They crashed into each other to make a purple Corvette, but it didn't make a purple Corvette, and one said person died, and the other one was paralyzed for the waist down. And that pretty much brought an end to that project. And more than one writer on the team told the executive producer, I told you this was a bad idea. You know how Prince is, he just kept very secret all his unreleased material, so only a few select people have ever seen Little Purple Corvette. Most people who've seen it are dead now. B. Arthur saw it, she's dead. Who else? President Reagan, President Carter, they both saw it, they're both dead. Hitler. Hitler saw it. It was one of Hitler's favorites. Trying to think of 10 people should be easier than that. I ran out of them immediately. Went to President Carter, President Reagan, and the next person I could think of was Hitler. Oh, that's you're doing a poor job of thinking of dead people, Eric. You could have gone with Matthew Perry. That would have been better. Pinkety. Forsulk. Rotate, masticate. What's that? 99% of the time, I straight and have kids. Once in a while, I do the 1% of that dude intelligent. Oh, well, I don't, I've never treated sex as something that I did. I wanted outside of a relationship, really. It just made me feel very nervous. You know, I've never been like, let me see if I can bed that chick over there. Just haven't never been that way. And I've never tried to bed a dude. I've had dudes around here hit on me, which I found I found like strange. Like, it just goes to show you the power of a YouTube channel, because there's nothing. I'm not hideous or anything, but I'm certainly not attractive, and yet just because I guess because I've been on YouTube for a while or whatever. Well, I mean, being on YouTube for a while, for me, has certainly polished my social skills, too. I'm much less abrasive than I used to be. Shakespeare, huh? Shakespeare likes the occasional dong? You know what's a terrible play? Romeo and Juliet. Not a good play. It's like, I don't get it. What's the point of this? Like, so anyway, these two idiot teenagers are in love, and they concoct this harebrained scheme, and then they both are dead. Well, just goes to show you. What does it go to show you exactly? What's the inkity pinkity? And what's the clue? What'd you get besides lemon squeezes and pucker tarts? Oh, did G request that song? He often does. the words thing, sort of. I mean, Shakespeare is a workmanlike writer. His back in those days, all the lines of his plays were written in metered verse, but his meter is quite sloppy. He's got lots of off lines and stuff. He just kind of like half-asses it. Lo siento si, pinkety, pinketity, pinketity. The story of Romeo and Juliet, the words thing. Everybody could probably sum up the plot of Romeo and Juliet about as well as anything. Any other Shakespeare play. And once there was a guy, and once there was a lady. And the guy's family hated the lady's family. And then there was some shit went down between some members of the guy's family and some members of the lady's family. And the two, the original man and lady, Romeo and Juliet, they're super in love. But it looked like there was no way they were going to be able to get together because their families were so close to it. So they concocted a harebrained scheme to take pretend poison that would make everybody think they were dead to so they could be together, basically fake their own deaths. But what happens? They believe each other's fake death is real and then really kill themselves. And why? Because they're idiots? I don't know. I mean, everybody in the play is an idiot, right? Why are the families interfering in the individual family members' choices? Montague, Capulet, I don't give a fuck. Just get out of here, you, with your sword play and incitations to further problems accordingly. Here, fine, have the plate, man. That silly kitty. He thinks whatever I'm having, he's entitled to it as well. Sherlock Holmes, huh? It's elementary, my dear Watson. 'Twas the bricklayer. How did you know, Holmes? Simple. You see this apparently insignificant mark over here? Yes. That is a slight curve, exactly the curvature of a standard workman's boot in one of 3 fields. Brick Lane. Okay, Sherlock Holmes. If you really were trying to solve crimes like that, turns out that curve would have been just from where a plate had landed one time. It wasn't even a shoe print. They arrest somebody and convict him anyway, and Sherlock Holmes would be celebrated. I tried watching Robert Downey Jr. in the Sherlock Holmes movies, and I can't understand a single word he says. Ghost couple? Favorite ghost couple? My favorite ghost couple. Well, I'm gonna assume this is like a Monopoly game for McDonald's that you can't include your family members to win the prize. So, I'm gonna go with Amelia Earhart and the guy from No Rain who died at age 28. The guy from Blind Melon who sang No Rain, who died at age 28. You may remember the song. All I can say is that my life is pretty plain. I don't remember that guy's name, but did you guys know that he died at age 28? I found that out just yesterday or something watching a YouTube video about it. What did he die of? What do you think? It rhymes with rug Dover's toast. Rug Dover toast. He doesn't really do that. And Capio does that, but not on me. Like, she'll sit here and do it to this thing. Capio used to do it to me on my chest when she would lie on my chest in bed. I'd pet her. But if it hurts, I'd just be like, okay, ow, ow, stop, please. Like, when you think about the story of Cinderella, that prince, he's terrible at figuring out he's terrible at figuring things out. Oh my God, some lady lost this shoe. How are we gonna know who it is? Well, you just have every lady in the kingdom try it on. Whoever it fits, that's who the lady is. He never thinks to even ask the question, but what if it fits more than one person? Not a bright prince. And he's so obsessed with her, all they did was dance for one night. How much can you get to know someone with dancing? Cinderella would have been better if it was combined with Goldilocks. So that instead of the pumpkin carriage taking her to the ball, it ends up taking her to the Three Bears' house. Three bears are at the ball she's supposed to be at. She eats their porridges, sits in their chairs, and sleeps in their beds. And then um, Prince Charming arrives, but it's because he's chilling with the bears. They're all drunk, and he's got his arms around them and stuff. And he also has a glass slipper with him. And they keep joking around like he tries to put it on the bear's feet. And they all laugh because they're drunk, you know. And they go inside and they see the porridge has been eaten. And Papa Bear's like, someone's been eating their porridge, and Prince Charming's like, I am the law in this kingdom. He draws a sword. And whoever dared to intrude upon your doing, I will slay them with my sword. And they all tiptoe upstairs. And you just see a body form under a sheet on the bed. True to his word, Prince Charming rushes at him and with a blood-curdling scream, stabs directly into the body's chest and kills Cinderella on the spot. She screams, and by the time he pulls the sword free, she's dead. So then the bears and Prince Charming cover up the murder. They set up a luau barbecue pit out back. The bears call their other bear friends. Prince Charming doesn't eat any, of course, but he helps season the body and stuff, and the bears consume all of her, including the bones. There are a few organs that they buried, but... And as the credits roll, Prince Charming is seen, they show a quick segue of events. They show Prince Charming and Mama Bear and the Kid Bear's all looking devastated at Papa Bear's funeral. They cut to Prince Charming dating Mama Bear. And finally, they show several abominations, hybrid bear humans that the bear lady has given birth to. They're all high-fiving, but the citizens look appalled. The TIL, and we think it could be presented as dick biscuits. Are dick biscuits biscuits your dick is supposed to eat? Biscuits that your dick makes? Or some part of your dick, like the folds when it's cold? I want to know, because I have an inquiring mind. Are you gonna pour your gravy on my dick biscuits? Yeah, pour your gravy there now. Biscuits and gravy, better than biscuits without. Biscuits and maybe gravy inside my mouth. You're a good kitty. Oh, yes. You're a happy senor. You're the leading man of Mexico. Hopefully Trump doesn't deport you. Never dick around with biscuits. I never use a biscuit in place of a dick. What are you doing? Putting a biscuit in your puss? Can you just throw the leftover KFC away? Well, I did, except for this biscuit. Why'd you save it? I thought you'd think it was sexy if I put it up your puss. No, it's a bunch of crumbs. What? No, stop! Oh God! I just slipped a whole biscuit just slipped in there. Well, I guess you were right. I really am turned on by this. Oh yeah, I heard on some real like underground Reddit threads that there's some kind of like chemical or something in biscuits that makes a woman's libido just go pow. But here's your catch. It doesn't work if she eats it. It can't be digested like it. You gotta stick the whole biscuit up her puss. And make sure you wipe any gravy off of the biscuit. She's gonna provide the gravy. He was India and Italian. Hard to go back to a woman. Hard to go back to a woman? It's ill advised to go back to people, huh? And once you break up with somebody, you should never go with them again. This cat has got me stuck here because I don't want to disrupt his comfortable purring. He's being such a sweetheart. You may have stunlocked the reader into a viewer with the dick meat trotting. Dick meat. Like any man, I'm made of flesh and bone, blood and tendon, and mostly dick meat. He's looking at the words. Which word is he looking at? Google Raoul Jual? No. You need to Google Raúl Diego. Yo, mi nombre es Raúl Diego y yo am a genius. I, Raúl Diego paints with my ideas. You love him. I have no idea who that is, Raúl Jewel. If your first name is going to be Raúl, your last name should be spelled Jaul. Raúl Joel. Wonderful kitty, full of dick meats, handsome and joyful, out from the street. Sit on my lap, purr with your face, make me happy, every place. Yes, you're a soft, warm kitty, but you're as big as a moose. Oh, yes. What a happy purr machine you are. Oh, yes. You make me want to fall asleep with your closed eye purring. Oh, I'm about to pass out. You know, what's it called? Lens pain. Doing important work here. So, Kitty, I'm going to have to get you up before I go to bed. I can't get up until you do, so. Oh, you're going to get on me even more now. Oh, yes. Daddy knows. What a special boy. I think we can all agree that on our top 10 list of best actors of all time, Ricardo Montalban is near or at the top of it. And one reason, because he really brings the dick biscuits. People eat what? People eat mostly food. Occasionally you get somebody who eats weird stuff like kale or bok choy, but mostly people eat food. Oh yeah, you're so special. You're such a big baby. Oh, si, senor. You're just my big baby. Oh, he looks so happy right now, but I'm totally falling asleep. I can't even turn off the phone or anything right now. No, it's for cat's pleasure. I don't know how much dick meat trouble has on him because he doesn't get boners. I'm assuming because he's been neutered, but I don't really know. I don't really played penis doctor with my cat before. Okay, I gotta go there. I'm gonna just fall asleep in this chair. Olanzapine, packs punch, just take half of one. I know I should kill Benadryls too, but I don't give them much credit. Olanzapine is just like, well, Eric, now you have no choice. You have to go to sleep because you literally cannot stay awake anymore. But I have to for a minute because Kitty's here. And Kitty and I are having tender intimacies. Yes, you're a good boy. You have to get up. Come on. Come on, buddy. Let's go. We gotta get up. Come on. Careful. Come on. Come on. Thank you. Okay. I gotta go. I'm gonna pass out right here in front of the camera. I'm so tired. I got a lot of work done today, so I earned the sleep. Good night, good day, good morning, and good luck.